Chapter 21:13. Zhong Zhongyo thought that if it were him, he would be able to defeat Yang Ling and the other two. Of course, he was mainly relying on his understanding of the Sacred Gates martial arts. Although he could win, he wouldn't be able to do it as easily as his opponent. However, this still gave him enough confidence. Even if this mysterious person's martial arts were higher than his, there was a limit. With the help of Dan Yuru and the others, and so many experts from the Heaven Sect, why would he need to be afraid of his opponent? Is that so? Song Qingshu laughed softly and instantly pounced towards him. Zhong Zhongyo was already on guard. Seeing this, he hurriedly raised his guard. He planned to delay the opponent first and let Dan Yuru and the others surround him. Finally, he would win by relying on their advantage in numbers. Who knew that the mysterious person would suddenly change direction without warning and head to the other side, leaving him dumbfounded. It should be known that the advance and retreat of these experts in the Jianghu was actually traceable. From the eyes, the slight movements of the hands and feet, and the circulation of inner energy, one could determine the opponent's attack intent in advance. The higher one's martial arts and battle experience, the more accurate one's judgment. But this kind of sudden change of direction was beyond common sense. It could be said that it went against the basic laws of motion. Zhong Zhongyo didn't expect this, and Zhan Yu even more so. He was going to surround and attack the opponent according to the plan. His life was originally to support from the side, but he didn't expect that the mysterious person would directly charge towards him. Thinking of the miserable fate of the soul-seizing owl trio, Zhan Yu couldn't help but feel his soul leave his body. He hurriedly waved the spear in his hand to protect himself. He was confident that even if someone splashed a basin of water at him, his clothes wouldn't be wet. However, the smile on his face quickly froze because a hand suddenly appeared in front of his chest, as if the weapon he was waving in front of him didn't exist. The palm was light and slow, gentler than the touch of a lover. But with just a light pat, Zhan Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body instantly withered. Zhong Zhongyo and Dan Yuru's martial arts were much higher than the soul-seizing owl trio. Their reactions were also much faster. Seeing that Zhan Yu was in danger, the two of them hurriedly came to his aid. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless. He took the spear shovel from Zhan Yu's hand, circulated his inner energy, and sent it in Zhong Zhongyo's direction. The spear shovel shot out like a bolt of lightning. Zhong Zhongyo's expression changed. However, he was still a grandmaster who had been famous for decades. He didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he waved his metal brush and skillfully deflected the incoming weapon to the side. The spear shot into the wall at the side and directly sank into it, only revealing a section of the shovel outside. The entire building seemed to shake, which showed how terrifying the force was. Zhong Zhongyo's face alternated between green and white. Although he had managed to deflect the spear shovel, the immense force exerted on it was still rather uncomfortable for him. He had no choice but to stop and rest for a moment. During this time, Song Qingshu had already rushed towards Dan Yuru. Dan Yuru was also a little flustered. However, she was a sect leader after all. Her martial arts were only slightly weaker than Zhong Zhongyo's. The jade bracelet in her hand made a strange, crisp sound. Immediately after, Dan Yuru's eyes became misty. Her entire body was beautiful and alluring. She didn't look like a demonic woman from the devil sect at all. Instead, she looked more like a pure and refined fairy. Furthermore, what was even more attractive than this otherworldly fairy was that her movements seemed to subconsciously reveal the soft and perky curves of her body. She had a very good grasp of the scale and didn't reveal it. It didn't make people think that she was lewd or evil, but it made people involuntarily think of some dark images. The corners of Dan Yuru's lips naturally curled up like a young girl's. Although her opponent's martial arts were very high, she wasn't all that afraid. At the end of the day, her opponent was a man. As long as he was a man, she would have a way to deal with him. As the saying goes, men conquer the world, and women conquer men. Be careful of her seduction techniques. The dual cultivator princess hurriedly reminded him. Almost everyone in the field couldn't help but stare greedily at Dan Yuru's graceful and alluring figure. The only ones who weren't affected were the people from the dual cultivator residence, who were also women. Song Qingshu had to admit that Dan Yuru was the best in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. Coupled with her extreme cultivation of seduction techniques, her attractiveness to men could be said to be fatal. If such a woman were to wander around in a brothel, it was guaranteed that she would overshadow the top courtesans of the Qinhuai River. If she were to wander around in a chaotic world, it would be enough to make all the men in the world fight for her. If it weren't for the fact that he cultivated the joyous Zen method and was born with a certain degree of resistance in this aspect, and the fact that he had many female confidants over the years, all of whom were beautiful and exquisite, which also increased his resistance to beauty, he would probably have fallen into her trap by now. Sect Master Dan, no matter how beautiful and elegant you appear, it's hard to make people believe that you are pure and unblemished in the Tianming sect, a place where all the lewd and evil people gather. Song Qingshu sighed softly. His words seemed to have an invisible magic power. Hearing this, Dan Yuru couldn't help but ponder for a moment. When she met his eyes, her heart suddenly trembled, as if she had seen a distant and deep starry sky. This man is so special. Dan Yuru had been seducing others all these years, but her heart was like an ancient well with no ripples. Only he played with men's feelings, how could she be tempted? But now her heart was beating extremely fast, as if she was a young girl who first awakened to love. Dan Yuru snorted, and a layer of red appeared on her face. She flew back. Although they didn't fight directly, she had already suffered serious injuries. Her master once told her that although seduction techniques were always successful in dealing with men, once they failed, it was easy to backfire and trap herself. She had never experienced this before, so she didn't know how serious the consequences would be this time. But she understood that it would be difficult to erase that man's figure from her heart. Dan Yuru frowned, thinking of a way to resolve this. As someone who came from the demon sect, how could she be willing to be restrained by a man? Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Actually, with Dan Yuru's martial arts, if she hadn't tried to be clever and used seduction techniques, she wouldn't have been injured and defeated in a single exchange. Unfortunately, her seduction techniques, which she had cultivated to the peak, were restrained by him. Without a moment's pause, he continued to attack Shady Wind Ling Yen. This time, he didn't end the battle quickly. Instead, he slowed down a lot. This was because Ling Yen came from the demon sect and was said to be the eldest disciple of Demon Master Pangban. He wanted to use this opportunity to investigate Pangban's martial arts so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when he encountered Pangban in the future. At this time, Zhong Zhongyo had also caught his breath and hurriedly went forward to help Ling Yan. Seeing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Yan's performance just now was too shocking and terrifying, giving everyone a terrifying pressure. Now that they were attacking, Ling Yan had returned to the normal way of dealing with each move as it came. Clearly, he had just injured a few masters in a row, and he had expended a lot of energy. Thinking of this, Zhong Zhongyo's expression became even more excited. He immediately used his lifetime's greatest skill, the Great Purple Blood technique. His skin faintly glowed purple, and every move he made had a destructive aura. The surrounding people were all intimidated by his aura and retreated one after another. Even the masters from the Heavenly Fates sect who had besieged Song Qingshu with him couldn't withstand the pressure. Only Ling Yan was left to help from the side. Correction, Evil Buddha's name was Zhong Zhongyo, not Zhong Yuxian. I remembered wrongly. Chapter 21:14. Seeing his opponent's body turn purple, Song Qingshu's first thought was that it was the Huashan sect's Violet Sun divine art. However, he quickly denied this guess. The Violet Sun divine art was relatively moderate and peaceful, while the other party's technique was much more domineering. Zhong Zhongyo's attacks were relentless, and the shock waves from his punches and kicks could turn the nearby tables and chairs into dust. Song Qingshu could only keep dodging. Seeing Zhong Zhongyo's majestic appearance and how he seemed to have the upper hand, the members of the Heavenly Fates sect couldn't help but cheer for him. On the other hand, Madame Duanmu and the princess looked at the scene worriedly, afraid that something would happen to Song Qingshu. Zhong Zhongyo, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He had really been scaring himself earlier. Although this mysterious person's martial arts were high, it wasn't at an unimaginable level. He had just injured several experts, so his vital qi must have been greatly depleted. He was probably no longer a match for me. Thinking of this, Zhong Zhongyo's attacks became even more ferocious. He displayed 120% of his usual strength with the 72 forms of the demonic hands. Beside him, the soul-stealing spike in Serene's hand was also extremely strange. He attacked the other party's vital points from various strange angles. At this moment, Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. The martial arts of the demonic sect were truly mystical. Although he didn't know that the other party's attack technique was the 72 forms of the demonic hands, he could still tell that it was an extremely profound martial art. Compared to the orthodox martial arts that were upright and peaceful, with a trace of mercy hidden everywhere, the 72 forms of the Sky Demon Hand were much more ruthless. Every form paid particular attention to how to hit the enemy's vital points in the fastest and most effortless way. Both types of martial arts had their own advantages. The demonic sect's martial arts took effect quickly at the beginning, so in the first 30 years, they would often be far more powerful than the orthodox disciples. However, after a few decades, when both sides' skills reached a certain level, the demonic sect's vicious and merciless attacks would cause the rotation between moves to be less perfect, making it easier for others to take advantage of it. Of course, how many 30 years were there in a person's life? To be honest, the demonic sect's martial arts were probably more effective for most ordinary people. With Song Qingshu's cultivation, he was naturally able to detect the weaknesses in his opponent's move. Of course, the so-called weaknesses were relative and usually disappeared in a flash. Even a grandmaster would find it difficult to take the opportunity to injure his opponent. Zhong Zhongyo had been immersed in this martial art for several decades, so he was naturally aware of its strengths and weaknesses. How could it be so easily countered? His internal energy was profound and his innate talent was extraordinary. He had even practiced the 72 styles of the Sky Demon Hand to the level of the 18 dragon subduing palms, arrogant dragon repenting. As Song Qingshu moved and dodged, he guided his opponent to completely display his martial arts. Comparatively speaking, Lung Yan's skills were much weaker, but from his circulation techniques and moves, it could be seen that he cultivated an extremely high level of martial arts. After exchanging blows for a while, Song Qingshu's heart stirred. Although their martial arts seemed to be different, their origins seemed to be somewhat similar. After exchanging blows for a while, a thought appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. In truth, during the Western Han Dynasty, after Emperor Wu of Han implemented the policy of respecting Confucianism alone, the first evil cult's sacred ruler, Sky Demon Song Chu, collected all sorts of strange books. In the end, he got rid of the weeds and kept the essence, which was the 10 scrolls of Sky Demon Slip. He could vaguely remember the supreme classic of the evil cult, Sky Demon Slip. The evil cult had never been united, and later on, they split into 2 factions and the 6 paths. Each faction obtained a part of Sky Demon Slip. Since Sky Demon Slip was vast and cryptic, each faction's understanding of it was different, which led to the sects developing completely different divine arts and technique. It was just like Sunflower Manual. In the past, 2 elites of Mount Hua sect had different understandings of it, and in the end, the sect split into Qi sect and Sword sect. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation realm, he looked at things from the source. After exchanging blows, he noticed that Dan Yuru, Zhong Zhongyo, and Ling Yan's martial arts seemed to be somewhat related. When he thought about it, he felt that his martial arts seemed to be similar to hers when he fought against Nian Liandan. Up to this point, he had already experienced the ultimate techniques of Flower's faction, Weed faction, and Demon Face sect. Ling Yan's master was Pang Ban's disciple, and Pang Ban was Demon Face sect's disciple. When he noticed that Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan's attacks were starting to repeat, Song Qingshu knew that it was about time, and he stopped trying to test their strength. Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan immediately sensed the change in the situation, and they were incredibly shocked. Why isn't the other party's martial arts showing any signs of weakening? In fact, he's even getting stronger? However, the people outside did not know about their situation, and they thought that the two of them had the upper hand. "We'll help you!" The madam and princess shouted at the same time and swung the long swords in their hands to attack. The other elites from Heavenly Fate cult tried to stop them, and the other people from the Dual Cultivation Mansion also went up to them. Dan Yuru was recovering her breathing, and the other elites were either dead or injured. There was no way they could stop the mother and daughter. By the side, Wanyan Zhongjie could not help but purse his lips and snort softly. These two women sure know how to seize opportunities. Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan were already struggling to hold on. When they saw the madam and daughter rushing over, they groaned in their hearts. "Evil Buddha, hold him back for a while. I'll return to Devil Master Palace to call for reinforcements." Ling Yan suddenly made a feint and jumped out of the battle circle. He did not even look back as he ran outside. Zhong Zhongyo was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He cursed in his heart. The people from Devil Master Palace were very far away, and by the time they arrived, he would already be dead. This B***starred had actually sold him out first. It turned out that he had the same idea as Ling Yan just now, but he could not bring himself to do it in front of so many people. Just as he was hesitating, Ling Yan unexpectedly made the first move to gain the upper hand. Song Qingshu took advantage of the moment when Zhong Zhongyo was distracted to directly hit his chest with his palm. Zhong Yuxian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Originally, with Zhong Zhongyo's martial arts, it would take him some effort to defeat him. He did not expect Zhong Zhongyo to lose his footing, and he was instantly defeated. However, Song Qingshu frowned at this moment. It was a little too abnormal for Zhong Zhongyo to spit out blood. Zhong Zhongyo did not stop at all. He directly broke through the window, and as if a miracle had happened, he suddenly accelerated, flying straight into the distance like a shooting star. Sky Demon escape. Beside him, Dan Yuru's beautiful face turned pale. She did not expect Zhong Zhongyo to be so decisive. It should be known that the Sky Demon escape was a life-saving technique that only a few of the top figures in the Devil sect knew. It was extremely domineering because it would consume one's essence. This secret technique allowed one to escape at an extremely fast speed. One had to maintain running for 50 kilometers without stopping midway. Furthermore, one had to follow a straight line to escape. Otherwise, one's true essence would stop, and they would immediately fall to the ground and die. Although Song Qingshu did not know about the Sky Demon escape, he thought that it was similar to the Burning Blood technique of the Sun Moon sect. Both allowed one to explode one's potential for a short period of time, but after that, one's life would be damaged. Should I go after Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan, or stay here to deal with the experts from the Heaven sect? Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. Zhong Zhongyo's martial arts were the highest, but there were even more experts left in the inn. These people were the claws of the Mongolians, and many of them were top-notch experts. Even with the strength of the Mongolians, it was not easy to gather so many experts. It was good to take this opportunity to weaken the Mongolians. At this moment, a whistling arrow suddenly rose in the distant sky. His expression changed slightly because that was the secret signal agreed upon by the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic mission. Clearly, something unsolvable had happened there. Chapter 21:15. Dan Yuru was keenly aware of the change in his mood. She hurriedly ordered her men, retreat. The masters of the divine sect carried the seriously injured people and fled. Song Qingshu hesitated for a while, but in the end, he did not chase after them. The strength of the divine sect was not to be underestimated, and they had a large number of people. If they knew that they were going to die, it would be difficult for him to deal with them in a short time. He did not know what had happened to the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic mission. If the delay here led to trouble there, it would not be worth it. Brother Song. Wanyan Zhongjie came to his side with a worried look. Apparently, he had also heard the sound of the whistling arrow. Let's go back first, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Just as he was about to leave, two beautiful women appeared in front of him. This servant thanks benefactor. May I ask for benefactor's name? The woman came to him and bowed to him. Her daughter looked at him with curiosity and admiration. Song Qingshu sighed secretly. If it were another time, he would be happy to chat with the two women for a while. He could also take advantage of the situation to form an alliance with Galdan and Peerless City. Unfortunately, he was worried about the situation in the headquarters and could not stay here any longer. It is fate that we met. There is no need to ask for my name. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. We will meet again if fate allows it. Song Qingshu smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Wanyan Zhongjie and disappeared out of the window. He rushed to the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic mission. The madam and the princess looked at each other in blank dismay. They never expected this result. It has to be known that although they rarely showed their faces, their beauty had already spread throughout the western regions. It was unknown how many city lords and kings wanted to get close to them. Even people like Galdan couldn't help but want to spend more time with them. But this time, when the two women took the initiative to strike up a conversation, the other party seemed to disdain them and directly left. The woman was still a little hesitant. She wondered if he was playing hard to get. After all, she was used to seeing men use all kinds of methods to get close to her. At this time, her daughter said in a low voice, "Mother, he gives me a different feeling from all the men I have met before." The woman immediately felt relieved. In fact, she also had the same feeling. With such a high level of martial arts, how could she treat him as an ordinary person? Naturally, he was different from those men who harbored evil intentions in the past. On the other side, Song Qingshu and Wanyan Zhongjie were rushing back. Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly said, "They said that Dan Yuru's seduction skills are unparalleled in the world, but I think those two women are also good at seducing men." Song Qingshu was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wanyan Zhongjie curled his lips and said, "Didn't you see their eyes? They are looking at you with admiration and worship, as if they want to devote themselves to you. I'm sure that as long as you nod your head, either one of them will be willing to accompany you. Maybe both of them won't mind. You're so young, how can your thoughts be so dirty?" Song Qingshu gave her a knock on the forehead. "Don't think about all that nonsense. Think about what happened over there." Wanyan Zhongjie was not worried at all. "Anyway, as long as you're here, there's nothing that can't be solved." Song Qingshu was suddenly speechless. "Well, I accept your flattery." Wanyan Zhongjie's eyes suddenly smiled like a crescent moon. Soon, they returned to the residence of the diplomatic corps. From afar, they saw Xue Baochai and the yellow-robed woman leading a group of people and confronting the Jin people at the gate. Wanyan Zhongjie snorted. "I thought it was something serious. It turns out that your confidant has come to find her lover." "Nonsense. They don't know who I am." Song Qingshu had a headache. He roughly guessed that Xue Baochai and the yellow-robed woman were worried that something might happen to him when he didn't go back, so they came to find him. At this time, The yellow-robed woman was looking at the Jin warriors with a cold face. You've been making excuses to not let them come out. Has Jia Baoyu been killed? Shui Baochai, who was standing to the side, was shocked when she heard this. Although reason told her that this was unlikely, the two of them had been here for so long without Jia Baoyu coming out. It was really worrying. Ouyang Feng said with a teasing smile, "Miss, you're thinking too much. Two young boys and girls have endless topics to talk about. Why are you so nervous? Is it because you're jealous?" The yellow-robed woman's eyes flashed with anger. Who cares about being jealous of him? Others treat him like a treasure, but I don't care about him at all. I don't care if he wants to flirt with your little princess, but this time I'm responsible for the safety of our group. You should at least call him out so that I can make sure he's safe. After that, they can do whatever they want. Ouyang Feng also had a headache at this time. He had just said everything he could say, but these two women kept asking to see Jia Baoyu. There was such a big commotion outside, but the person inside did not show up. It was indeed suspicious. If it were other people, Ouyang Feng would not bother to talk to them. However, these two women seemed to have a close relationship with Song Qingshu. He could not beat or scold them, so he was in a dilemma. "Divine Bao, get ready!" Seeing that there was still no movement inside, the yellow-robed woman finally used up her last bit of patience. As she raised her hand, the Song soldiers all drew their bows and aimed at the Jin people. Shui Baochai gritted her teeth and made a gesture. The people of the Imperial City Department also drew their swords and were ready to fight. Seeing this, the Jin people also drew their weapons. The situation was about to start. At this moment, a puzzled voice sounded, "Sister Bao, Miss Yang, what are you doing?" Everyone turned their eyes subconsciously and saw Jia Baoyu coming out of the house and looking at them with a puzzled face. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Shui Baochai could not help but feel relieved. The yellow-robed woman was not so polite and asked, "What are you doing? Why did you only come out now?" Song Qingshu had an innocent look on his face. "Nothing, I was just playing chess." "Playing chess?" The yellow-robed woman felt her teeth itch and said, "Didn't you hear what was going on outside? They were almost fighting because of you." "I'm too focused." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He knew that his excuse was untenable. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy in the middle of the night?" Suddenly, a lazy and tender voice sounded from behind him. Song Qingshu turned around and his eyes almost popped out of their socket. It turned out that Wanyan Zhongjie's clothes were a little untidy and his hair was also a little messy, but no one thought that he was ugly. On the contrary, he looked even more charming. Coupled with the delicate blush and shyness on his face, everyone smiled and said, "So that's how it is. This drama queen." Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Shui Baochai, who was beside him, turned and left with a livid face. The yellow-robed woman glared at him, and also left with her subordinate. A tense situation with swords drawn came to a dramatic end just like that. "What are you trying to do? Don't you want a girl's reputation?" Song Qingshu said angrily as he pulled Wanyan Zhongjie's hand into the house. "I didn't say anything. It's just that those two women have dirty thoughts and are thinking about those messy things." Wanyan Zhongjie tidied up his clothes and said with a gloating tone. Chapter 21:16. Song Qingshu and Wanyan Zhongjie hurriedly went out to investigate and discovered that Galdan's group had come looking for them. They were covered in blood and their armor was in disarray. It was clear that they had just experienced a fierce battle. Galdan found out that this was the encampment of the Song and Jin Kingdom's diplomatic corps. Although he found it strange that these two generations of enemies had come together, he still sent people to ask for help from the two countries. The yellow-robed woman and Shui Baochai were in a fit of anger, and they noticed the situation of the group. They were worried that taking them in would bring trouble to themselves, so they ignored them. On the contrary, Wanyan Zhongjie didn't hesitate at all. He sent people to welcome them in and provided them with hot water and food. He also sent a doctor to treat the wounded soldiers. Galdan was very grateful and said in a deep voice, Zungar Khan will remember the friendship of the Jin Kingdom and the little prince for generations to come. Wanyan Zhongjie had already returned to his usual disguise. Galdan was still in a state of shock and didn't realize that Wanyan Zhongjie was a woman dressed as a man. The young city lord at the side also bowed and said, Wushuang City will also remember Little Prince's kindness today. In the future, if Little Prince has the opportunity to visit the western region, we will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. Through the conversation just now, Song Qinshu had already found out that this young city lord of Peerless City was called Dugu Ming. Song Qinshu was secretly amazed, thinking to himself that his swordsmanship vaguely resembled that of Dugu Seeking a Loss. Could it be that Dugu Seeking a Loss was really related to Peerless City? The great Khan and the young city lord are too polite. Wanyan Zhongjie smiled politely and did not mention anything else. Instead, he said, I have already sent people to prepare a room for you two. You two have traveled a long journey, why don't you rest early? Song Qinshu secretly gave her a thumbs up. Even if Galdan and the others didn't say anything, based on the relationship between the Jin Kingdom and the Mongols, they would still help each other. However, Wanyan Zhongjie didn't show this from the beginning to the end. It would be better if the two of them took the initiative to ask for help. Sure enough, after a brief moment of hesitation, Galdan cupped his hands and said, Although it's difficult to say, I have a presumptuous request that I don't know if I should say or not. Wanyan Zhongjie also played along. Great Khan, please speak your mind. Song Qinshu secretly cursed. These people's words were so conventional. Were they filming a historical drama? Galdan said, Just now, in order to cover us breaking out of the encirclement, one of our companions brought up the rear and fell into the encirclement of the Heaven's Fate Sex demons. I don't know how they are now. I wonder if your country can send someone to rescue them? Wanyan Zhongjie didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said with an awkward expression, We didn't bring many people this time, and each of them has a heavy responsibility. The people of the Heaven's Mandate sect are highly skilled in martial arts, and they have the advantage in numbers. If we send people there, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses. Moreover, we'll provoke a strong enemy for no reason. Song Qinshu wanted nothing more than to hug Wanyan Zhongjie and kiss her. Although she was young, she was very quick-witted. She actually understood the human heart to such an extent. Human nature was like this. The easier it was to obtain something, the less cherished it would be. On the contrary, if it was obtained at a great cost, the more precious it would be. Galdan was also a smart person. He immediately said, If your country is willing to help us, our Zungir state and the Jin Kingdom will become brothers. From now on, the friends of the Jin Kingdom will be our friends, and the enemies of the Jin Kingdom will be our enemies. Wanyan Zhongjie secretly cursed the old fox. Wouldn't this make Galdan's enemies also the enemies of the Jin Kingdom? Of course, both sides had a common enemy, the Mongols, so she didn't really mind. Seeing that the other side didn't express an opinion, Galdan also knew that his proposal wasn't sincere enough. He continued, In addition, we will also send your country 50 Camel Revolution cannons as a token of our gratitude. Camel Revolution cannons? Song Qinshu said in surprise. Galdan looked at him curiously. Clearly, he didn't understand why a Song person would be here in the Jin Kingdom. But seeing that Wanyan Zhongjie wanted him to participate in such a confidential meeting, he hesitated for a moment and explained, In the past, when we fought the Afghans and the Moguls, we seized the weapons from them and mounted them on the camels. Even when facing the most elite Mongolian cavalry, we weren't at a disadvantage. Do you have the real thing? Song Qinshu stood up. He was really interested. He had been in a high position for a long time, and his every action had an unquestionable quality. Galdan instinctively had his men bring over a camel. He said regretfully, Unfortunately, we didn't bring much this time. Moreover, these things aren't suitable for close combat and can't be used in a place like the inn. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been forced into such a difficult situation by the heavenly sect. Soon, a camel was brought into the room. On the camel's saddle was a long barrel-shaped weapon. It looked like a gun, but it wasn't a gun. Song Qinshu walked in and looked at it carefully. It looked like a rifle on the camel, but it was much bigger than a rifle. It was too small to call it a cannon. Although he didn't directly demonstrate its effects, Song Qinshu could roughly guess its use. In terms of power, it was definitely not as powerful as the red barbarian cannon of the Qing dynasty. However, it should be more powerful than the three-eyed divine gun of the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, it was mounted on the camel, ensuring its mobility. Thus, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage against the Mongolian cavalry, who were experts in mounted archery. It was no wonder that they were able to contend against the Mongolians in the western region for so many years. Seeing that Wanyan Zhongjie still hadn't expressed his opinion, Dugu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Our peerless city has 6 great techniques that are famous throughout the western region. If the little prince is interested, we can give you one of them." "Young master." His men hurriedly tried to dissuade him. These techniques were the secrets of Peerless City, so how could they be given to an outsider? "I know what I'm doing," Dugu Ming snorted. He couldn't bear to part with his cold and arrogant fiancée. Furthermore, he had just abandoned her, which made him feel guilty. Thus, it could be said that he was willing to pay a huge price. "Oh, I wonder what kind of techniques you have?" Wanyan Zhongjie asked curiously. "Dragon subduing divine kick, Buddha's palm, love of 7 generations, invincible hegemon hand, alluring love, and Holy Spirit sword technique." Dugu Ming introduced the characteristics of each technique as he spoke. From time to time, he would even demonstrate them. Song Qinshu secretly shook his head. Although this young master knew a little of each technique, it was obvious that he wasn't proficient in any of them. Furthermore, these techniques seemed to be incomplete versions, especially the alluring love and Holy Spirit sword technique. The power of these techniques was too different from what he remembered. What's the situation with the alluring love? Can the young master demonstrate it? Wanyan Zhongjie was, after all, a young girl. She was immediately attracted by the name of this technique. "Only my fiancée knows this technique. When the time comes, I can let her teach it to you." Dugu Ming wasn't a fool. He knew that if he delayed any longer, the people of the dual cultivator residence would have already been wiped out. His cold and incomparably beautiful fiancée and his mature and beautiful mother-in-law would fall into the hands of the Heaven Sect's evil people. It was easy to imagine the humiliation they would suffer. Fine, let's save them first. Wanyan Zhongjie knew that the people of the dual cultivator residence were out of danger. If they delayed for too long, they would come looking for them. Galdan and the others would realize that they were out of danger and regret their previous promise. Wanyan Zhongjie quickly arranged for a group of cavalrymen to search in the direction of the small town. Galdan said worriedly, "Little Prince, although the Jin Kingdom's warriors are elite, the Heaven Sect has many experts. I'm afraid that these people," Wanyan Zhongjie smiled and said, "Don't worry, Great Khan. The leader of the group, Mr. Ouyang, is very famous in the martial arts world. He is one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains, Western Poison." Could it be Mr. Ouyang of the White Camel Mountain Villa? Dugu Ming exclaimed in excitement. The young master also knows him? Wanyan Zhongjie was a little surprised. In the past, Mr. Ouyang's power shook the western region for decades. The power of the White Camel Mountain Villa was not weaker than many of the city lords. It was only later that Mr. Ouyang left the western region and went to the Central Plains that the White Camel Mountain Villa gradually fell into desolation. Dugu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "With Mr. Ouyang there, we can rest assured." Song Qinshu was secretly amazed. He thought that if there was a chance, he would ask Ouyang Feng more about the western region. Chapter 21:17. About an hour later, Ouyang Feng returned with the princess. The commotion in the Jin kingdom did not escape the notice of the people from the southern Song dynasty. The childs were originally indifferent, but when they saw the princess of double cultivation, they immediately became excited. One by one, they ran out to strike up a conversation with them and kept asking about their well-being. Many of them even patted their chests and offered to help them, intentionally or unintentionally boasting about how powerful their families were in the southern Song dynasty. Men. The yellow-robed girl crossed her arms and leaned against the door. She could not help but sneer at those people's shameful behavior. On the other hand, Xue Baochai's cheeks were burning hot because her brother was the most active among them. He kept circling around the girl and bragging about her. After all, among this group of people, no one could compare to the Xue family in terms of family power. "I am Xue Pan. May I ask for your name?" Xue Pan struck a pose that he thought was the most handsome, and the others followed suit. Although her face was hidden behind a veil, her slender figure, picturesque brows, and snow-white skin were enough to tell that she was a stunning beauty as long as one wasn't blind. It was a pity that the dual cultivator princess kept a cold face the whole time and ignored their enthusiasm. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. These rich playboys usually saw women who were submissive, and it was rare to see such a cold and elegant beauty. Moreover, it was not an act at all. Everything was natural, and there was a faint sense of nobility. This kind of temperament could not help but fascinate the rich playboys. Song Qingshu was originally discussing important matters with the others in the room. Seeing that the people of the House of Double Cultivation had already arrived, and hearing the commotion outside, he was worried that something might happen, so he came out to see what was going on. Seeing a group of childs pestering the princess of double cultivation, Song Qingshu could not help laughing. Beautiful women were indeed the center of attention wherever they went. At the same time, he felt a little strange. The princess of double cultivation was no less beautiful than the princess. Why did Xue Pan and the others not pester her? After all, etiquette was prevalent in the southern Song dynasty. No matter how beautiful the princess of double cultivation was, she was already married. In front of so many people, how would these childs from Lin dare to pester a married woman? Wouldn't their families become the laughing stock of the entire capital if the news spread back to Lin? However, he didn't have to worry about the dual cultivation princess. As the saying goes, a fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. It would be a good story if it was spread back to his family. Song Qingshu could smile at everything, but the others weren't so magnanimous. When Duguming saw that his fiancée was being pestered by so many young men, he pulled a long face and hurriedly ran over to push the crowd away. "Xian'er, are you all right?" Duguming subconsciously wanted to hold her little hand, but the girl turned around and avoided his touch. "Whether I'm fine or not, there's no need for young city lord to be concerned," the dual cultivator princess said coldly. Although she didn't like him, she still held a grudge against him for running away just now. Duguming smiled bitterly. "Xian'er, I know you're blaming me. But in that situation, if I stayed, we would all die together. We might as well break out of the encirclement and look for reinforcements. Didn't we find reinforcements for you the moment we escaped danger?" "Wait for you to find reinforcements." The dual cultivator princess snorted and didn't continue speaking. In her mind, the imposing figure in the inn appeared. Sigh, he left without saying goodbye. He didn't even know his name and appearance. Would there be any hope of seeing him again in this lifetime? At this moment, Xue Pan and the rest had already recovered from their daze. They looked at Duguming with an unfriendly expression. "Who are you? Can't you see that the lady doesn't want to talk to you? Why are you pestering her?" Duguming was already filled with anger. When he heard the other party's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "Who am I? I'm her fiancé. No, she's my fiancé." He was so angry that he was muddle-headed. Hearing his reply, Shui Pan and the rest couldn't help but freeze. If they were really engaged, it wouldn't be good for them to interfere. The people of the Song dynasty were very particular about etiquette. If both parties were engaged, normal people wouldn't dare to interfere. The dual cultivator princess frowned. "Who's your fiancé?" Xian Duguming's expression changed. The dual cultivator princess said directly, "That's right. Peerless City and the dual cultivator residence have a tradition of marriage. However, this isn't a foregone conclusion. I've never agreed to it. Furthermore, you abandoned us at the last minute. All the more we won't agree to this marriage." Xian don't mess around. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the dual cultivator madam hurriedly tried to smooth things over. She said to Duguming, "Young city lord, Xian has just experienced danger and hasn't calmed down yet. I hope you won't take offense." Duguming forced a smile. "Madam is right. I was too impatient and offended Sister Xian." The dual cultivator madam pulled her daughter to the side and whispered, "Xian don't throw a tantrum. The dual cultivator residence and Peerless City have always been on good terms. Don't ruin this relationship because of you." The dual cultivator princess twitched her mouth. "Mother, it's easy for you to say that. You didn't marry City Lord Duga back then. Why do you want me to marry him now?" The dual cultivator madam was instantly speechless. She thought of some past events and sighed as she looked towards the east. She no longer had the intention to persuade her. "Tsk, I thought we were really engaged. So it was just a one-sided story." Seeing the dual cultivator princess deny it, Shui Pan immediately became spirited. "Brat, are you asking for a beating?" Duguming was furious. Although he had heard that Shui Pan's family was very powerful in the southern Song dynasty, Peerless City was far away in the western region. They weren't even close to the southern Song dynasty. There was no need to be afraid of him. "What are you pretending for? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Although Shui Pan was a little guilty, how could a man back down at such a crucial moment? He glared at the dual cultivator princess while glancing to the side. He hoped that his sister would notice what was going on and remember to save him in time. "What's all this fuss about?" At this moment, Song Qingshu and Wanyan Zhongjie had already walked out. They had many important matters to discuss and didn't have the time to watch these people fight. "You're lucky." Duguming didn't want to offend Wanyan Zhongjie just now. However, he still pointed at Shui Pan, his eyes full of provocation. "Damn it, these barbarians are really despicable." Shui Pan rolled up his sleeves. However, he knew his own limits and didn't rush forward. The dual cultivator princess originally had a cold and indifferent expression. However, when her gaze swept across Song Qingshu, her body suddenly trembled and her beautiful eyes exploded with a look of disbelief. She couldn't help but walk in front of Song Qingshu and stare at him in a daze. "Have we met before?" Song Qingshu was startled. "I've already changed my clothes. How can you still recognize me?" However, he reacted quickly and replied with a smile, "Do all women from the western regions strike up a conversation like this? No, no." Even through the veil, everyone could see that the dual cultivator princess's face had turned red. Even though she was shy, she still blinked her large eyes and carefully sized up the man in front of her. Shui Pan and the others were all dumbfounded. "When we came looking for you, you were still acting like an icy beauty. Why did you suddenly become so enthusiastic when you saw Jia Baoyu? Is that guy really so much more handsome than us?" Shui Pan and the others weren't the only ones confused. Even the yellow-clothed woman and Shui Baochai looked curiously at Song Qingshu, wondering why he seemed to have so many secrets on him after his return. Chapter 21:18. Song Qingshu felt a little uncomfortable under the princess's passionate gaze. Wanyan Zhongjie coughed and said, "Let's not stand outside. Let's go in." The Jin Kingdom and the Zungir Kingdom had a common enemy. This was an opportunity, so they needed to discuss the details of their cooperation. The others were arranged to rest. Madame and the princess, as the higher-ups of their group, naturally followed them into the room. As for the childs of the Southern Song dynasty, they all wanted to continue to be with the princess. However, when they were in trouble just now, the people of the Southern Song dynasty just stood by and did nothing. Now, they naturally had no confidence to pester them again. When they went back, they all complained about the yellow-robed woman and Xue Baochai for not helping them just now. After the Zungir kingdom's people entered the room, Galdan introduced them to each other. This is the lady of the residence of dual cultivators, this is the princess, and this is the prince of the Jin kingdom. I am Gu Ningqing. Greetings to the prince. I am Gu Zixian. Greetings to the prince. Song Qingshu thought that it was no wonder these people called her Xian. The princess's name was Gu Zixian. He couldn't help but think of Yelu Nanxian, who was also called Xian. He hadn't seen her for a long time. When the mother and daughter introduced themselves, Ying bowed to Wanyan Zhongjie. Her figure was graceful and her temperament was impeccable. Even Wanyan Zhongjie couldn't help but praise her. You are indeed graceful. It's a pity that I can't see your face. Can you take off your veil and let me see your face? This. Gu Ningqing frowned. She looked hesitant. Du Guming was already in a bad mood because of the Southern Song dynasty's lectures. When he saw that the Jin kingdom's prince was interested in his fiancée, his expression darkened. However, he had just been saved by Xuepan, and was afraid of the Jin kingdom's might. He didn't dare to be as rude as he was to Xuepan, and could only try to explain. Please forgive me, little prince. The residence of dual cultivators has a rule for hundreds of years. They can't see their faces unless they are close to them. Otherwise, it will cause great trouble. Wanyan Zhongjie was surprised. Oh, there's such a strange rule? Gu Ningqing said apologetically. I've embarrassed myself in front of the little prince. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ponder in his heart when he saw that their tone was sincere and didn't seem to be lying. Back then, Mu Wanqing wore a veil, and she had to either kill the person who had seen her appearance or marry that person. It was because Qin Hongmian was worried that her daughter would repeat her mistakes and be deceived by a man that she set such a strange rule. Why would the dual cultivator's residence set up a similar rule? Could it be that the previous mistresses of the dual cultivator's mansion were too beautiful? As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. Being seen by a man could easily lead to chaos and disaster? But where did the ancestor of the dual cultivation sect get the confidence to believe that every generation's successor was a femme fatale? However, on second thought, the genes of Li Qiushui's family were also heaven-defying. Presumably, the dual cultivation mansion also had similar characteristics. Ask him about Peerless City. Compared to these gossips, Song Qingshu was more concerned about more important matters. Hearing his secret voice sending, Wanyan Zhongjie nodded slightly and found an opportunity to ask, by the way, what's the deal with the city lords over there? I don't think we have such a rule in the Central Plains. Gu Ningqing replied softly, the Western region is different from the Central Plains. The Central Plains land is fertile and there are many cities. However, the Western region's environment is harsh. There are deserts everywhere and there's an extreme lack of water. Therefore, there will only be cities where there's a water source. Many of the rivers in the Western region are intermittent and will stop flowing most of the year. Therefore, there aren't many places where cities can be built. The more famous cities are Ili, Kashgar, Yarkand, Hotan, Kush, Aksu, Injizir, Turpan, Hami, and so on. Peerless City is one of them. In a sense, these city lords can be considered the rulers of a small country. Galdan took out a scroll of map and pointed as he explained, our Zungir Khanate's capital is Ili City. The Hui tribe's power is in Kashgar and Yarkand. These years we've been working together. Together with the Ming dynasty in the Kunlun Mountains, we've fought against the Mongols together. Song Qingshu nodded. he finally understood the structure of the various powers in the western region. Speaking of the Hui tribe, he thought of Hui Qingtong, whom he had met before. Not only was she good-looking, she was also very good at fighting. She led the Hui tribe to fight against the powerful Mongols without falling into a disadvantageous position. After their last parting, he didn't know if he would have the chance to meet her again. In addition, she seemed to have a marriage alliance with the Ming dynasty. Speaking of which, she should be Zhang Wuji, no, venerated Ming's fiancé. Should he remind her so that she doesn't jump into the fire pit? In the end, Song Qingshu rejected this idea. Although he had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, he would not ruin the important matters for a woman. Currently, the western region was relying on the cooperation of the three families to stall the Mongols. If there was a problem with the marriage between Hui Qingtong and Zhang Wuji, the alliance between the two sides would be broken. In that case, the Mongols would be able to destroy them one by one. By that time, more soldiers would have to sacrifice their lives. In the past, Song Qingshu couldn't understand the behavior of marriage alliances in ancient times. He felt that it was shameful for men to sacrifice a woman's happiness in exchange for peace. But when he sat in this position, he slowly changed his mind. Because compared to the happiness of a woman, the thousands of soldiers and common people who didn't leave their names in the history books were much more important. Speaking of which, there was no news of venerated Ming ever since the Zhenlong chess game. He didn't appear as planned in the battle for the Vulture Palace. This time, he didn't participate in the marriage alliance in Xixia as well. What was he doing? Regarding venerated Ming's silence, Song Qingshu felt a faint sense of unease. He had a feeling that venerated Ming was plotting something big. Can you give this map to me? Wanyan Zhongjie knew that Song Qingshu was interested in these things. The countries of the Central Plains didn't know much about the situation in the western region, so he asked Galdan. Galdan was surprised, but he smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." At this time, the silent Princess Gu Zixien suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "May I know who this young master is?" Seeing that her gaze fell on Song Qingshu, Wanyan Zhongjie cursed in his heart, "Little vixen, how dare you come to steal my man?" Song Qingshu was startled and answered, "I am from the southern Song dynasty. My name is Jia Baoyu." Jia Baoyu? That's a nice name, Gu Zixien muttered to herself. Wanyan Zhongjie curled his lips and thought to himself, Baoyu Baoyu, how could such a vulgar name be nice? How could it compare to my older brother Qingshu's name? This coquettish hussy is really lying through her teeth. Beside him, Dugu Ming's expression was unfriendly. He looked at Song Qingshu with eyes full of hostility. Song Qingshu was also depressed. He thought, your fiancée is taking the initiative, why don't you blame her and hate me instead? Chapter 21:19. Wanyan Zhongjie coughed lightly, interrupting Gu Zixian's passionate gaze. Just now, the young city lord promised to give me the love of a city-toppling beauty as a gift, but he doesn't know how to use it. He said that he would teach me when the princess returns. Would the princess be willing to explain it to me now? The love of a city-toppling beauty? Gu Zixian looked at Dugu Ming with a puzzled expression. Dugu Ming hurriedly explained what had just happened. Finally, he said, it was all thanks to the help of the Jin Kingdom's little prince that you were able to escape. The one who saved us was someone else. What does this have to do with him? Gu Zixian muttered in a dissatisfied voice. What did you say? Dugu Ming was startled. He didn't hear her clearly. Gu Zixian's gaze suddenly fell on Song Qingshu. The corners of her lips curled up as she swallowed her words. I didn't say anything. If the little prince wishes to learn the love of a city-toppling beauty, he must first find someone who shares his thoughts with him. That way, he will be able to learn it with half the effort. Does the little prince have a candidate in mind? Wanyan Zhongjie unconsciously glanced at Song Qingshu. Galdan and the others didn't know that she was a woman disguised as a man. They all felt a chill run down their spines. did the nobles of the Central Plains like this? Who was on the receiving end and who was on the receiving end? Logically speaking, the little prince was more petite and should be on the receiving end. But with his high status, could he really be on the receiving end? Gu Zixian also looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. However, she quickly rejected that thought. How could a person like him be like what she thought? They must have been mistaken. Wanyan Zhongjie also realized that he had lost his composure. His face grew hot as he hurriedly said, "The princess doesn't need to worry about the candidate. Just teach me. When the time comes, I'll find someone else to practice with." Gu Zixian nodded. "No problem. However, it's getting late. I'll find a time tomorrow to talk to the little prince in detail." Gu Ningqing, who was standing at the side, was puzzled. She wondered why her daughter, who had always been as cold as ice, had suddenly become so passionate today. Moreover, alluring love was the supreme art of the house. Why would she so easily agree to teach it to an outsider? But the young castellan and her daughter had agreed, and Galdan was a witness. At this time, they also needed the protection of the Jin kingdom, so she didn't say anything. She just secretly thought that it was not a big deal to teach the little prince a reduced version of Love of Alluring Cities. Anyway, a noble like him, who lived like a prince and lived like a prince, would probably be passionate about martial arts for a while. Moreover, only they knew Love of Alluring Cities, so he wouldn't know it even if they did something fake. Wanyan Chong did not worry about him and readily agreed, "That's fine too. I'll consult the princess tomorrow." Duguming, who was at the side, couldn't help but worry when he heard this. After all, the other party was a man. Not only did he have a noble status, he was also extremely handsome. It was inevitable that Xian Er would come into contact with him. What if the two of them fell in love over time? His thoughts were interrupted by Song Qingshu's question. "I have a question to ask the young castellan." Duguming was stunned and hurriedly said, "Young master, please ask." After guessing the relationship between the other party and the Jin Kingdom's prince, his tone unconsciously became more polite. After all, their relationship was so intimate. If he offended the other party, it would be bad if the other party gave him pillow talk. What is the relationship between Dugu Seeking for Loss and Peerless City? Song Qingshu asked as he carefully stared at the other party's eyes, not letting go of the slightest change in his expression. Dugu Seeking for Loss? Duguming's face was blank. The castellan of Peerless City is indeed surnamed Dugu, but I've never heard of this name. Does it have anything to do with Peerless City? I'm just asking casually. It's fine if the young castellan doesn't know. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, Song Qingshu also had some doubts. He was very sure that Duguming's swordplay had the shadow of the sword will of Dugu Seeking for Loss, but it wasn't that obvious. Gu Zixian asked curiously, "Dugu Seeking for Loss, from the sound of this name, he seems to be a very powerful person." Song Qingshu nodded and recalled the engravings of Duguming that he had seen in the sword catacomb. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fascination. "Yes, he's a living legend." After that, Wanyan Zhongjie and Galdan discussed the details of their future cooperation. It wasn't until it was very late that they arranged for everyone to return to their rooms to rest. Fortunately, although the temple was somewhat deserted, there were still many rooms. After sending everyone off, just as Song Qingshu was about to leave, Wanyan Zhongjie gently pulled him back. Her pair of big eyes were glistening and a blush flashed across her face. "Actually, you don't have to leave." Song Qingshu turned his head and saw that under the flickering candlelight, her delicate and flawless face was even more beautiful than a peach blossom. She was clearly still young, but her pair of long and charming eyes were like a 1,000-year-old fox spirit that could stir one's soul. She really is a natural seductress. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, he was almost defeated by those alluring eyes. With great difficulty, he used all of his willpower to restrain himself. Song Qingshu's throat was a bit dry as he said, "Don't mess around. Go to bed early." "Don't talk to me like I'm a child," Wanyan Zhongjie said with dissatisfaction. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Is that not the case?" Wanyan Zhongjie puffed out her chest. "How am I small? Not to mention, some of my sisters in the capital already have children." Song Qingshu had to admit that in some aspects, she really wasn't small anymore. She had already begun to show signs of womanhood, and according to the customs of this world, she was old enough to marry. "Unfortunately, Zhongjie, you should know that you and I—" Song Qingshu sighed, but before he could finish, the young woman's cold fingers pressed against his lips. Wanyan Zhongjie pursed his lips. "I know what you want to say, but we don't mind, so why should you? Besides, this kind of thing is very common among royalty and nobility." Song Qingshu shook his head. "You don't understand. The place I came from is very different from your culture here. Forget it, it's hard to explain the reason behind this. You should sleep first." He was worried that if he stayed here any longer, even his strong will would be softened. Wanyan Zhongjie tilted her head and looked at his back. After a long time, she smiled. "Although I don't understand what Brother Song is worried about, I'll be waiting for you." Song Qingshu, who had just left the room, almost stumbled. This girl didn't listen to me at all. He returned to the west wing of the temple, where the Southern Song diplomatic mission was stationed. He thought that Xue Baochai and the yellow-clothed woman would come to ask him a few questions, but the two women completely ignored him. With a wry smile, Song Qingshu went back to his room to freshen up and lie down. As a result, Wanyan Zhongjie's gentle gaze appeared in his mind. He felt an evil fire burning in his heart and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. "I really didn't expect to perform a scene where even a beast is inferior to that old joke." Song Qingshu sighed. At this time, a seductive voice slowly came from the west wing. Xue Pan had just come out to relieve himself. When he saw the other party, he immediately became spirited and excited like a pug. "Princess, what a coincidence! We really are fated to run into each other like this." The person who had come was the dual cultivation princess, Gu Zixian. She was also startled by Xue Pan's sudden appearance. "So it's young Master Xue." Xue Pan was even more delighted. When he saw her cold demeanor, he thought that she didn't care about men. It turned out that she had secretly remembered his name. Could it be that his handsome appearance had left a deep impression on her? "Princess, did you come to find me?" Xue Pan felt his mouth go dry and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Gu Zixian was startled and subconsciously shook her head. "No, I came to find young Master Jia." Xue Pan's smile instantly froze on his face. In that instant, he seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. "Recently, I've written a lot about Galdan and the cities of the western regions. Perhaps many readers don't understand this history, so I've used the form of a map to explain it. This way, everyone won't be confused." The official account was Monk Lu Ru. After entering the account and typing in the keyword Western Regions, the relevant content would be automatically replied. Chapter 2120. Snowflakes fluttered, the northern wind whistled, and the world was a vast expanse. For some reason, this scene appeared in Xue Pan's mind. It took him a long time to catch his breath. He forced out a smile and asked, "What business does the princess have with Baoyu at this hour?" Gu Zixian frowned, and a trace of impatience appeared in her eyes. "What does it have to do with you?" The people of the western regions were more direct than those of the central plains. Xue Pan felt like his heart was about to shatter into pieces. He had wanted to leave in a fit of anger, but when he smelled the faint fragrance coming from her body and saw her beautiful eyes, he couldn't bear to move away. He could only console himself that the customs of the western regions were different and that she definitely wouldn't hurt him on purpose. After thinking about it, he decided to give her a friendly reminder. "What I mean is that the princess is going to a man's room at this hour." If word gets out, it won't be good for the princess's reputation. Gu Zixin tilted her head slightly. I don't mind, so why are you so nervous? Shui Pan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, he still had his pride. How could he not be angry when a woman spoke to him like this? He snorted and turned to leave, thinking to himself, if I ever pay attention to you again, I'll be a bastard. Seeing his back, Gu Zixin suddenly had a thought and called out softly, Please wait a moment, young Master Shui. Hearing her call, Shui Pan immediately turned around and smiled flatteringly. Princess, what business do you have? At the same time, he inwardly despised himself for being such a bastard. However, when he saw her tall figure and the faint fragrance in the air, his emotions quickly dissipated. There's something I'd like to ask young Master Shui. Gu Zixin remembered that she had a favor to ask, so she purposefully made her tone softer. I wouldn't dare to ask for advice. Princess, please speak your mind. I'll tell you everything I know. Although he couldn't see her face, he could tell from her curved brows that she was smiling. Just thinking about her smiling at him made Shui Pan's body go limp. I want to know what kind of person young Master Jia is. Gu Zixin looked at him expectantly. Shui Pan's smile froze on his face. Why did he suddenly feel like crying? Young Master Shui, young Master Shui? Gu Zixin was a bit confused. You don't know? I'll ask someone else. I know. Shui Pan had no choice but to swallow his words. Bao Yu and I are very close. We are close brothers. He gritted his teeth and spat out the words, Iron Brother. Gu Zixin blinked, looking very interested as she waited for the rest of the story. He could almost see the stars in her eyes. Shui Pan was about to cry, but he had to answer. Bao Yu is the son of the Prime Minister and the Privy Council Commissioner, Jia Shidao. So it's a famous family. Gu Zixin's tone seemed to contain some joy. Shui Pan was on the verge of cursing. I've told you about my family background before, and it's clearly more or less the same, but you didn't respond at all. His family background is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, his father passed away not too long ago. He's not as good as he used to be. Shui Pan thought, let's see what you have to say now. Gu Zixin cried out in shock. So he had such a tragic life, but I can't feel it from him at all. It can be seen how strong of a man he is. Shui Pan didn't even have the energy to retort. Why is your way of thinking different from others? In such a situation, shouldn't you say that the surname Jia is cold or unfilial? Shui Pan decided to continue with the strong medicine. Bao Yu is a famous devil in Lin and City. Not only does he like to take liberties with the maids in his residence, but he also likes to linger around the brothels. It can be said that he has lovers everywhere in Lin and City. Gu Zixin blinked, opened her red lips slightly, and commented, to be able to attract so many lovers, young Master Jia is really charming. Shui Pan looked at her with a, "Are you kidding me?" After confirming that she really thought so, he wondered if the women of the western regions were different from the central plains. Did they all appreciate this kind of thing? Therefore, he decided to reveal his glorious past appropriately. Actually, I didn't tell you before. Bao Yu and I are brothers, right? We often go to brothels together, and I have more lovers than he does. People call me the little overlord of Lin. Unexpectedly, Gu Zixin frowned. So it means that you brought young Master Jia to such places before? Shui Pan faintly felt that something was wrong, but he still nodded instinctively. Gu Zixin said indifferently, young Master Jia is like an immortal. Young Master Shui shouldn't influence him too much in the future. Shui Pan felt that he was about to shut himself off. What was wrong with him just now? Why did he insist on staying behind to answer her question? However, seeing that she was so beautiful, he really couldn't get angry at her. He could only blame everything on Jia Baoyu. He thought to himself, that bastard, not only did he flirt with my sister, but he also flirted with other men. Now, he actually flirted with his future sister-in-law. As for Gu Zixian not admitting their relationship, Xue Pan didn't even think about it. He had already unilaterally declared his sovereignty over her. "Oh right, does young Master Jia know martial arts?" Gu Zixian asked the question she was most interested in. "Martial arts?" Xue Pan finally became spirited. "Ha ha ha, that fellow Baoyu is famous for being neither literate nor skilled in martial arts. With his scholarly and weak appearance, it would be strange if he knew martial arts. If Princess is interested in martial arts, you can find me. I am strong and strong. Moreover, I have learned a high-level martial arts from a famous teacher since young." "You?" Gu Zixian sized him up. His eyes were frivolous, his breathing was chaotic, and his steps were unsteady. Although he knew martial arts, it wasn't very high. Soon, she no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, she pondered about Jia Baoyu. Why did he hide his martial arts from the public? Could it be that he was guarding against some danger, or was he preparing some scheme? As expected, he was a man full of mystery and charm. Seeing that she had more or less gathered enough information, Gu Zixian was no longer interested in wasting time with Xue Pan. She bid him farewell and walked towards Song Qingshu's room. After walking for a while, she suddenly frowned and turned around. She found that Xue Pan was reluctantly following behind her. Gu Zixian couldn't help but ask, "Does young Master Xue have anything else to say to me?" "And nothing, I'll be going back now," Xue Pan replied in a panic. The other party's eyes were too bright, as if they could see through his heart. He couldn't even think of lying. Gu Zixian continued to stare at him until he turned around and left. Only then did she continue on her way. In a room not far away, Xue Baochai pushed open a crack in the window and gazed at her back. Just what was this woman planning to do? Was she shameless to go to a man's room so late at night? However, she had the responsibility of escorting the Southern Song diplomatic mission and didn't want to complicate matters. Moreover, the other party was a princess. She was also worried that it would cause a diplomatic dispute, so she didn't go out to stop her. The yellow-robed woman next door also had a pensive look on her face. Was she really after the Southern Song delegation? It seemed that she would have to raise her guard. Arriving at Song Qingshu's door, Gu Zixian stopped. Just as she was about to knock, she suddenly retracted her hand. She found that she was actually a bit nervous. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? In all these years, only men had been at a loss in front of her. How could she be nervous? However, she was nervous and her heartbeat sped up. She tidied up her clothes and confirmed that she hadn't neglected her manners before knocking on his door again. Chapter 21:21. At this time, Song Qingshu was already lying on his bed. When he heard the knocking, he asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Gu Zixian's heart beat even faster. She bit her lips and softly replied, "Young Master Jia, it's me. What's the matter?" A somewhat stiff reply came from inside the room. Gu Zixian felt somewhat wronged. She hadn't expected the other party's tone to be so cold. She was a girl who had taken the initiative to look for him in the middle of the night. Moreover, she was a beautiful girl. Shouldn't a normal man be extremely excited? However, she quickly realized that the man inside was different from other men. How could a celestial being like him be like other people? Xue Pan's fawning expression appeared in her mind. She could clearly sense that the man inside was extraordinary. Recognizing the voice of the princess, Song Qingshu was also somewhat puzzled. "Princess, why are you looking for me so late at night?" He had just been aroused by Wanyan Zhongjie, and now he saw a beautiful girl. How could he sleep at night? "There are some things I wish to discuss with young master. It's not convenient to speak outside. Can I come in?" Knowing that the other party was extraordinary, Gu Zixian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his attitude. Instead, she felt a bit uncomfortable as she looked at the other rooms. She had caused too much of a commotion by coming here in the middle of the night. Some of the windows were even slightly open, and she could feel the heat of the gazes in the darkness. She felt a bit embarrassed standing outside. Hearing the meaning behind her words, Song Qingshu was slightly startled. He roughly understood her predicament and got up to open the door for her. "Princess, please wait a moment." Why was he always so considerate? If a person was too outstanding, they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. When he opened the door, he saw a tall and graceful beauty standing in front of it. It was unknown what she was worried about as she turned her head to observe the situation behind her. Her figure was delicate and elegant, and she had an elegant temperament. It was no wonder that so many people were secretly peeking at her. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Gu Zixin gently turned her slender jade neck around. Song Qingshu's eyes couldn't help but brighten. He saw that the woman was elegant, and beautiful. Her clear eyes seemed to be filled with tenderness. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Sure enough, the women of the dual cultivation mansion were all beautiful. Moreover, they were so gentle and pleasant. No wonder the other young masters all flocked to them like ducks. If Shui Pan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely spit on his face. How was she gentle? The way she looked at him was clearly. He was cold, arrogant, and indifferent, causing others to not dare to stare at him. He had an unapproachable attitude. What kind of person was Song Qingshu? He had seen all kinds of storms and waves over the years. A little girl, no matter how beautiful she was, could not make him feel uneasy. Being stared at by his gaze, Gu Zixin had a feeling that she was naked in front of him. However, this was different from those disgusting men who were full of obscenity and possessiveness. Instead, it was a kind of admiration that came from the heart. Moreover, his gaze stopped at a certain point, not causing her displeasure in the slightest. But even so, Gu Zixin was still like a little deer being stared at. As if carrying great shyness, she lowered her head until it touched her voluptuous chest. With a sweet-sounding voice, she softly said, "Can I go in?" "Of course you can." Song Qingshu smiled. Moreover, the other party was a delightful beauty. There was no reason for him to refuse. After Gu Zixin entered the room, she subconsciously closed the door. Seeing this, Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. "Princess, you're wandering around in the middle of the night. Be careful not to sleep on the wrong bed." Hearing his words, Gu Zixin's face couldn't help but turn red. If it was any other man who said such words to her, she would definitely turn hostile and leave. But when these words came from his mouth, not only did they not make her feel annoyed, they even gave off a carefree and unrestrained temperament. What was even more delightful was that this made him more approachable. He did not give off the feeling of being high up in the clouds like before. If those busybodies see the door open, there will inevitably be some gossip tomorrow. Gu Zixin realized that the other party was referring to the matter of her closing the door. She didn't want to be seen as a casual woman, so she quickly explained. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. "Miss, do you know what it means to be a melon field with plums under plums?" Closing the door is really hard to explain. Could it be that the brains of the people of the western regions are completely different from those of the Central Plains? As for his own reputation in this area, he never cared much about it. Moreover, he was using Jia Baoyu's appearance to meet people. Even if his reputation was ruined, what did it have to do with him, Song Qingshu? The door is already closed. Right now, it's the dead of night, a man and a woman alone. "Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. Gu Zixin's heart jumped, but she quickly regained her composure. "A person like young master wouldn't do anything to me, right?" "That's hard to say." Song Qingshu could only sigh at how big these women's hearts were. When they were heartless towards a man, they were cold to death, but when they were interested in a man, they could think of all kinds of reasons to absolve him. Gu Zixian was just smiling, but when she heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She took out a jade flute from her waist and directly attacked the other's vital acupoint. Although the weapon was not a real sword, in the hands of an expert, any weapon could kill. Moreover, this jade flute was incomparably sparkling and translucent. With one look, one could tell that it was specially made. When used with Peerless City's sword techniques, its power was not inferior to a real sword. The two of them were chatting happily before, but who knew that the other party would suddenly attack? Moreover, the two of them were so close that even Song Qingshu was caught unprepared. If it was another person, they might have fallen for this trap, but Song Qingshu's cultivation had already reached a level where he could do as he pleased. He instantly grabbed her wrist and pulled, using her arm to wrap around her neck. He restrained her from behind. "You and I have no enmity. Why did the princess suddenly attack me?" Song Qingshu asked coldly. At the same time, he was thinking about who sent the other party. Was it Galdan or Mongolia? Could it be that when the Heaven's Mandate sect besieged them, it was all an act to deal with the Jin Kingdom and the Southern Song dynasty? While he was letting his imagination run wild, Gu Zixian was not nervous at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He directly pushed her to the side and snorted, "I don't know what you're talking about." Gu Zixian's eyes were like crescent moons, and her eyebrows were full of smiles. "Previously, I specially asked Xuepan about it. Young Master Jia is a famous playboy in Lin and City. He doesn't know any martial arts at all." Song Qingshu said indifferently, "What are you trying to say?" Gu Zixian gracefully bowed, "Benefactor, you don't need to worry. I don't mean to threaten you. Whether benefactor is deliberately hiding it or not, I won't reveal anything to the outside world." Song Qingshu took a step forward, and an invisible aura spread in all directions. His voice was also somewhat cold. In the end, a living person can't keep secrets as well as a dead person. Being suppressed by the other's aura, Gu Zixian felt as if her body was imprisoned by an invisible hand. She couldn't move at all, and even breathing became somewhat difficult. Her face was somewhat pale, but she still tried her best to say, "Benefactor saved my life in the first place. If benefactor wants to kill me, I am willing." After saying that, she gently closed her eyes. Song Qingshu took a step forward and directly grabbed her neck, saying in a deep voice, "Don't play with me by retreating. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Gu Zixian's black eyebrows slightly furrowed. Clearly, it was somewhat painful from being pinched. "If benefactor doesn't believe me, you can take off my veil and take a look. Is it poisonous smoke or a hidden weapon? Do you think I will be afraid?" Song Qingshu sneered and directly took off her veil. Then, he couldn't help but be startled. Chapter 21-22. After removing the veil, what came in front of him was not poisonous smoke or hidden weapons, but a flawless and exquisite face. She had bright eyes, snow-white skin, a fine nose, and red lips. Between her eyebrows and eyes was a unique beauty. The candlelight in the room shone on her face. It was unknown whether the candlelight illuminated her or she illuminated the candlelight. At this moment, she was nervously looking at the man in front of her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and it was obvious that she was extremely uneasy. Song Qingshu secretly praised her. Graceful and noble, she was probably the goddess in many people's dreams. If those scholars in Lin and City who were like bees and butterflies saw her real face, they would probably be excited to write poems. He didn't know what words they would use to describe her beauty. However, Song Qingshu was, after all, knowledgeable. After a slight daze, he said coldly, "What? Are you going to seduce me with your beauty?" Gu Zixian shook her head slightly and said softly, "Of course not. It's just that the descendants of our residents of dual cultivators have always abided by a rule. That is, when we grow up, we can only show our appearance to our parents or future husbands. At this point, her jade-like skin was tinged with an agate-like crimson. Song Qingshu let go of her hand and pushed her aside. He said lightly, "I have enough women. I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to enjoy them." A trace of embarrassment flashed in Gu Zixian's eyes. She hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that. I just used this way to express that I didn't mean to harm you." Song Qingshu nodded to show that he understood. He said, "By the way, why did your residents of dual cultivators set such a strange rule?" Hearing his gentle tone, Gu Zixian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "I don't know either. There has been such a rule since I can remember." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Now that you've shown your appearance to me, your fiancé, the young lord of the city, will go crazy if he finds out." Gu Zixian bit her lip. "Duguming is not my fiancé." Seeing that the other party didn't seem to believe her words, she hurriedly explained, "Peerless City and the Dual Cultivator Manor do have a tradition of marriage, but it's not absolute. For example, my mother didn't marry the current city lord Dugu, and I don't like the current city lord either, so I'm unwilling to marry him. Thus, the marriage between us hasn't been officially decided yet." Song Qingshu's interest was piqued. "Who did Madame marry? I don't think I've heard you mention it before." A trace of hatred flashed in Gu Zixian's eyes. "I'm not too clear about that person's situation. I only know that he abandoned his wife and daughter, and my mother has always hated him." Song Qingshu was a little surprised. From Gu Zixian's appearance, the dual cultivation madame's appearance couldn't be that bad. Moreover, even though she was wearing a veil, he could still tell from her figure and eyes that she was a peerless beauty. Was there really a man who was willing to abandon such a wife? "Benefactor, can you tell me your name?" Gu Zixian suddenly asked. Song Qingshu frowned. "Don't you already know my name?" Gu Zixian shook her head. "I heard from young Master Shui that the Jia Residence's young master had been missing for a long time and had suddenly returned not long ago. Furthermore, his behavior was very different from before. In the past, Jia Baoyu was a hedonistic son who didn't know martial arts. Now, he's a super expert with unfathomable martial arts. It's impossible for him to master such top-notch martial arts in such a short period of time." Song Qingshu frowned. "I'm very curious. Why are you so sure that I'm that so-called benefactor?" It had to be known that when he was at the inn, he was wearing a mask and his clothes had been specially changed. There was no reason for him to be recognized. The blush on Gu Zixian's face gradually dissipated. "It's like this. Our dual cultivation madame's cultivation method is very special. We can sense some special existences. I originally thought it was just a legend. After all, for more than a decade, there has never been such a feeling as described in the book. But when we were besieged by the Heaven's Mandate sect in the inn, Benefactor descended from the sky. I instantly knew. That feeling was like a sun rising in the night. Therefore, even though Benefactor had changed his clothes and covered his face, I could still recognize him." Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Could it be that their dual cultivation Heart Sutra resonated with his joyous Zen Heart Sutra? "Tell me your Heart Sutra," Song Qingshu said very naturally. "Ah." Gu Zixian's moist mouth formed an O shape. She felt that the number of times she blushed today was more than the number of times she had blushed in the past decade. "If you don't want to, then forget it." With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he naturally wouldn't covet her martial arts. Instead, he wanted to determine if the two were related. Otherwise, why would there be such a mysterious connection? "It's not that I don't want to, it's just..." Gu Zixian twisted the corner of her dress nervously. She found it difficult to speak, but when she saw the other's expression, she was worried that refusing would brush off his intentions. She could only nod and say, "I'm just worried that Benefactor will misunderstand some of it." Forget it. With Benefactor's abilities, you definitely won't think like an ordinary person. Song Qingshu felt a little strange. Why did she look so hesitant? Why did it seem like she was having a hard time speaking? Gu Zixien was about to recite the incantation when her heart suddenly stirred. She looked at the man in front of her with anticipation. "Benefactor, can you show me your true appearance?" Song Qingshu's eyes became sharp. "Are you trying to negotiate?" No. Gu Zixien waved her hand anxiously. "It's just that when I demonstrate the Dual Cultivation Heart Sutra, I need to see Benefactor's true appearance." "There's such a request?" Song Qingshu was very surprised. But judging from the other's expression and tone, this was indeed her sincere words, and not a lie. He wondered why the martial arts of the Dual Cultivation House were so strange. Yes. Gu Zixien's head was almost touching her towering chest. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but he still took off the mask. "My identity is very sensitive, and I can't let anyone know about it. So, it's fine if you see it, but you can't mention it to anyone, and you can't draw it." He couldn't help but be careful. The women of this era were often proficient in the 4 arts. If she had nothing better to do and drew his appearance, it would be seen by someone who knew him. His identity would immediately be exposed. Seeing that she didn't answer and only stared at him with a strange expression, Song Qingshu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Zixien blushed and said in a low voice, "I just didn't expect Benefactor to be so young." Previously, in the inn, the other party had heavily injured many old demons of the Heaven's Mandate sect. His martial arts were truly amazing. Everyone had tried to guess his origins. Although there were many different opinions, there was one thing they all agreed on: the other party was definitely not young. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated to such a level? But now that she saw his true appearance with her own eyes, he was actually so young and so handsome. "Can we start now?" Song Qingshu reminded. Gu Zixien finally came to her senses and replied with a voice as soft as a mosquito. Song Qingshu was waiting for her to explain the Dual Cultivation Heart Sutra when he suddenly saw her hands on her belt. Then, as if there was no friction between her skin, the robe on her shoulders naturally slid down, revealing her white jade-like body. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect it to unfold like this. Chapter 21-23. Gu Zixien lowered her head, and a visible blush rose from her neck. Her eyes wandered, and the shyness between her brows made people feel pity for her. "Our Dual Cultivation House doesn't have a secret manual." Looking at the dazzling white body in front of him, Song Qingshu felt his throat go dry. "If you don't have a secret manual, you could have just dictated it to me. Why are you taking off your clothes?" Gu Zixien's head was almost touching her chest. "There are no secret manuals, no chants, no so-called mental cultivation methods, only the feeling of the body. The Dual Cultivation House uses this method to pass it down from generation to generation. We feel each other's body circulation route." This method? Even though she didn't say it clearly, Song Qingshu could roughly guess that the most important part of the Dual Cultivation method was the circulation routes of vital energy. When two people were in the most intimate relationship, they would release the restrictions on their bodies and feel the movement of vital energy in each other's body. At the same time, they would accept each other's guidance. Unless it was someone they absolutely trusted, doing this was putting your life in the other's hands. If the other wanted you to live, you would live. If the other wanted you to die, you would die. Did you learn it like this back then? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. Even though they had just met, a man's innate psychology made it hard for him to accept a beautiful woman having such an intimate relationship with someone else. Yes. Gu Zixien was quick-witted and quickly guessed his concerns. She continued, "It was my mother who taught it to me." The image of a mature and beautiful body entangled with a young and energetic girl appeared in his mind. Song Qinshu couldn't help but touch his nose, worried that he might accidentally have a nosebleed. Benefactor, the dual cultivation method can't be taught orally. In a moment, when we are in the most intimate state, benefactor can feel it yourself. Gu Zixian's eyes were bright, and her eyes were abnormally moist. Song Qinshu did his best to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He sighed and said, "Princess, do you not know what this means?" "I know." Gu Zixian's voice was very small, and there was a trace of trembling. "Then I don't understand. We just met, why are you? This is too hasty." Song Qinshu said in a low voice. "But I'm willing." Gu Zixian raised her head, and her eyes flashed with determination. Sensing his frown, Gu Zixian hurriedly explained, "I'm not a frivolous woman. It's just that our dual cultivation house has a destined mission. Even though I don't like Duguming, in the end, I have no choice but to follow tradition and marry him. I can't resist this kind of fate. The only thing I can do is find someone I like. Even if we can't be together for a long time, but at the sweet memories, I have a good life. It's just that I've never met a man who could move my heart. The others couldn't even compare to Du Gumming, until I met my benefactor." Gu Zixian bit her lips. Even though she felt shy, she knew that this opportunity would never come again. She continued to muster her courage and said, "I don't know why either. When I first saw benefactor, even though you were wearing a mask, I was still deeply attracted to you. You were like a burning flame, and I was like a moth. Moths to a flame won't have a good ending." Song Qinshu sighed. "Moths to a flame won't have a good ending." From her words, he vaguely understood her mentality. Perhaps ever since she could remember, everyone had instilled in her the idea of marrying the young city lord of peerless Shuang City. This caused her to live in a state where she didn't have any thoughts about the future. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. One day, she had an uncontrollable and bold idea. Coincidentally, his cultivation method was attracted to her mental cultivation method, so she boldly took this step. "But no matter how many times I do it, moths will eventually fly to a flame." Gu Zixian bravely looked at the man in front of her, and there was an indescribable light in her eyes. Seeing that he didn't respond, the figure in Gu Zixian's eyes gradually dimmed. She picked up the robe from the ground, and said in a very sad voice, "Looks like it was my wishful thinking." Seeing her heartbroken appearance, Song Qinshu knew that his actions had hurt her self-esteem. After all, there was nothing more hurtful than a woman taking the initiative to throw herself into a man's arms and being rejected by him. Song Qinshu walked over and gently lifted her smooth chin. Looking at her delicate and flawless face, he noticed the faint traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. His heart softened and his voice also became gentle. "Princess, don't misunderstand. I just haven't thought about how to deal with our relationship." As he got closer, Gu Zixian felt that the indescribable attraction was becoming more and more difficult to resist. Her whole body couldn't help but soften, and she fell into his arms. Before Song Qinshu could react, a pair of soft lips pressed against his. Feeling the young and sweet breath of the girl, Song Qinshu's heart also began to beat faster. At this time, he also faintly felt that there was an indescribable attraction from her body. It seemed that the dual cultivation method really did have some kind of indescribable connection with the Joy Zen technique. At this time, if he still let a woman take the initiative, it would be too ungentlemanly. Song Qinshu gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her soft body into his embrace. The young girl was no match for him. Very quickly, she was kissed until she was panting and her whole body was soft and tender. Perhaps it was because she came from the western regions, but Gu Zixian was a bit fairer than the women of the Central Plains. She was also taller. She was fat in the places that should be fat, thin in the places that should be thin, and perky in the places that should be perky. Song Qingshu had originally been angered by Wanyan Zhongjie, but he had managed to suppress it with great difficulty. Now, how could he bear it? Just as he was about to take it a step further, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Young Master Jia? Gu Zixien immediately woke up from her daze. She hurriedly put on her clothes and said with a panicked expression, "Oh no, it's my mother." Song Qingshu also had a gloomy look on his face. "What's going on? They can't play like this. Are these mother and daughter deliberately playing with me? What's the matter, madam?" Song Qingshu didn't immediately get up to open the door. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I've come to take Xian'er back." Gu Ningqing's voice came from outside the door. It was impossible to tell what she was feeling. Then she called out, "Xian'er, it's time to go back to sleep." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. She didn't give him a chance to make excuses. She directly said this to show that she knew that his daughter was in the room. "Okay, I'll be right out." Gu Zixien tidied up her clothes and stuck out her tongue at Song Qingshu. Clearly, she didn't dare to resist because of her mother's authority and her guilty conscience. "I'm sorry." Gu Zixien looked at Song Qingshu with an apologetic expression. Song Qingshu was amused. "Why are you apologizing?" Gu Zixien bit her lip and said, "I'll find a chance to find you in the future." Then she ran out the door without looking back. Gu Ningqing could not help but frown when she saw her daughter's hair was messy and her face was still flushed. However, the dual cultivation technique was unique, so she quickly realized that her daughter had not really lost her virginity. She let out a sigh of relief and bowed to Song Qingshu, who followed behind her. "I'm really sorry to disturb you so late at night, young master." "Madam, you're too kind." Song Qingshu couldn't say anything. He was also helpless. Chapter 21-24. What's wrong, madam? Noticing her strange behavior, Song Qingshu curiously asked. "No, nothing," Gu Ningqing unnaturally replied. She had been single for a long time, so how could she have such a big reaction when she came into contact with a man? But when she came into contact with Galdan and the people from Wushuang City, there was nothing strange. If it wasn't for the fact that she had never heard of a man using seduction techniques, she might have thought that the other party was a male version of Danyuru. The power of seduction towards women was too great. No wonder her daughter ran into his room in the middle of the night. Even she couldn't control herself, let alone her inexperienced daughter. Thinking of this, her legs unnaturally clamped together. Worried that she would make a fool of herself if she stayed, she casually said a few words and quickly pulled her daughter away. Looking at the backs of the two hurriedly leaving, Song Qingshu's face was in a daze. He thought that the plot wasn't right. "Shouldn't you be the one aggressively questioning me? The one running away should be me, right?" After Gu Zixien was pulled and jogged for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Mother, why are you running so fast?" Gu Ningqing's smooth oval face couldn't help but turn red. Feeling a bit guilty, she couldn't help but become angry. "You still have the nerve to say that? It's all because of you. An unmarried girl ran into a man's room in the middle of the night. What's so shameful about it?" Gu Zixien thought that she was pursuing love, so when she was called out like this, she couldn't accept it. Seeing that she still dared to talk back, Gu Ningqing became even more angry. She pointed at her body. "Look at yourself. The dress was worn in such a hurry, and the knot on the belt is wrong." Normally, Gu Zixien had a group of people to help her dress, and every detail was required to be meticulous. Now that she was dressed so messily, it was obvious that something was wrong. "Also, your hair is messy, and your face is so red. What did you guys do inside just now?" Gu Ningqing angrily scolded. "Nothing much." Thinking of the scene in the room, Gu Zixian's voice became lower and lower, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Gu Ningqing reached out to touch her daughter's face and angrily said to her, "Your face is so hot. Normally you are as clean as ice and as clean as jade, why are you so? She hemmed and hawed for a long time, unable to say that word. Gu Zixian bit her lips and was also a bit embarrassed. It's not like I treat everyone like that, it's just him. Did he give you some kind of drug? Gu Ningqing could not help but recall her strange behavior just now when she saw her daughter's watery eyes and coy look. No. Gu Zixian hesitated for a moment, then moved closer to her ear and said, He's actually the benefactor who saved us at the inn. Although he promised to keep it a secret, his mother was his only family in this world, and he had saved her before, so there was no harm in telling her. Is that him? Gu Ningqing was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. How is that possible? Our benefactor's martial arts are unfathomable. He's like a god. How could he be such a young playboy? I tried. It's really him. Gu Zixian recalled how handsome he looked when he took off his mask, and she couldn't help but smile. How? Gu Ningqing was startled and subconsciously looked at her legs. Mother, what are you thinking? Gu Zixian was instantly embarrassed. It's his aura. Even though he was wearing a mask, when I saw him, it was like I felt the sun. There's no mistaking it. Aura. Gu Ningqing had a strange look in her eyes. In fact, she had a similar feeling. No wonder she had vaguely felt that Jia Baoyu was familiar. However, she didn't know if it was because of her age, but she wasn't as imaginative as her daughter. She could actually connect two people who were completely unrelated on the surface. Moreover, I was afraid that something might happen. Just now, I attacked him by surprise and tested his martial arts. In the end, I was suppressed by him in an instant. His martial arts are the same as before at the inn, Gu Zixian said complacently. Gu Ningqing believed her daughter's judgment. Her daughter was young, but her martial arts were not bad. She couldn't be wrong in this aspect. Moreover, she also felt that the person's aura was somewhat familiar. No wonder you agreed to teach love of a fallen city to them. Thinking of everything that happened before, she suddenly understood. Gu Zixian pursed her lips and smiled. If it wasn't for benefactor, why would I agree to give the secret of the mansion to him so easily? Gu Ningqing nodded. Then, she couldn't help but extend her finger and poke his head. Even if he is our benefactor, you don't have to use your pure body to thank him. A flash of embarrassment appeared in Gu Zixian's eyes. It's not like I'm just repaying him. I can't help but fall in love with him. That's why I'm willing. Gu Ningqing was so angry that she laughed. You've only met him a few times. You haven't even seen his age or what he looks like. How can you fall in love with him? Who said I haven't seen his face? I just saw his real face. He's extraordinarily handsome. It's exactly like how I imagined him to be. He's more handsome than all the men I've seen before. Gu Zixian looked like a young girl yearning for love. Isn't this his real face now? Gu Ningqing immediately understood. The current Jia Baoyu had too much makeup on him. It was completely different from benefactor's free and easy temperament. So this wasn't his real face. What does he look like? Draw it for me. Gu Ningqing was also a little curious. What did this mysterious benefactor who had saved all of them look like? The other party's martial arts were unfathomable. She didn't dare to ask him to take off his mask. I'm not telling you. Gu Zixian raised her chin and snorted. She remembered what she had promised her benefactor. You little girl. Hearing her daughter's reply, Gu Ningqing was almost angered to death. What? Are you afraid that I'll steal your man? No matter how handsome he is, he can't be more handsome than your father. He's definitely more handsome than my father. Gu Zixian snorted. She looked like she couldn't be bothered to discuss it with her. Her eyes were full of little stars. She was so angry that the other party's teeth chattered. After the mother and daughter quarreled for a while, Gu Ningqing's expression gradually became serious. It's fine if you mess around a little, but you have to control yourself. You have to know that you'll marry the young city lord sooner or later. If you ruin your body before that, The dual cultivator's house and peerless city will become enemies. You didn't marry the city lord back then, Gu Zixien said unhappily. That's because I was young and insensible. Do you know how big of a storm I caused back then? Gu Ningqing sighed faintly, as if she didn't want to remember what happened back then. After that, the dual cultivator's house paid an unimaginable price to compensate Peerless City. If you do it again, you'll be challenging Peerless City's bottom line. When that happens, it means that both sides will go to war. Back then, when the dual cultivator's house had nowhere to go, it was Peerless City who took us in. As descendants, we shouldn't forget this kindness. I know. Gu Zixien waved her hand impatiently. Seeing her daughter like this, Gu Ningqing also felt a little guilty. After all, if she hadn't done that first, she wouldn't have ruined her daughter's opportunity. She could only persuade her, actually, as long as you keep your body clean and deal with Peerless City before you get married, it'll be fine. After that, if you still can't let go of your benefactor, I think no one will stop you from looking for him from time to time. Chapter 21-25. Gu Ningqing's expression was a bit embarrassed. After all, her suggestions weren't something a mother should say, but she truly felt sorry for her daughter. She sighed and returned to her room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Qingshu was leaning against the door frame, feeling the heat in his body. He felt extremely depressed. Tonight was really strange. First, he was tossed and turned in bed by Wanyan Zhongjie. Now that he had finally calmed down, the passionate Gu Zixien came running over. He had originally been conflicted for a while, but in the end all his efforts had been for naught. Stinking brat, why did the dual cultivator princess come looking for you? Not long after Gu Zixien left, Xue Pan came over like a rat. Presumably, he was also curious, so he had been waiting nearby all this time. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes at him. Would you believe me if I told you that she came to offer herself as a pillow? This Xue Pan was really something. He clearly had a good family background and a dignified appearance, but his temperament was too dull and vulgar. He was truly a disgrace to his hedonistic son. Pa, the princess is as pure as ice and as clean as jade, noble and aloof. How could she do such a thing? Xue Pan was enraged. It was as if the goddess in his heart had been insulted. Noble and aloof? Song Qingshu was startled. He thought back to how Gu Zixien had lowered her head in front of him, bashfully and passionately. It was difficult to connect the image of her with the one he was talking about. I'm warning you, she's the woman your big brother has taken a fancy to. She'll be your sister-in-law in the future. You're not allowed to have any ideas about her, not even in your heart. Xue Pan waved his fist in a warning manner. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore. Song Qingshu was speechless. He didn't know why Xue Pan was so dramatic. Even without him, Gu Zixien wouldn't have taken a fancy to him. Xue Pan suddenly realized a problem. Compared to a noble and peerless beauty like the dual cultivator princess, what were brothers? At the very least, he wouldn't have taken it seriously. His threat didn't seem to have any effect. After a moment's thought, he added, If you really have any ideas, I'll tell my sister that you can forget about becoming my brother-in-law. The more he spoke, the more pleased he became. He had finally found a way to threaten Xue Pan. What did you say? Right at this moment, an angry shout came from behind him. Xue Pan's body stiffened and he turned around to see Xue Baochai glaring at him with a flushed face. Instead of being shocked, Xue Pan was overjoyed. He ran to his sister's side and said, Baochai, you have to discipline him. He clearly has you, but he still flirts with other women. Shut up. Xue Baochai really couldn't stand this idiot brother. I have nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with it? Xue Pan pursed his lips and looked at the two of them as if he was looking at an adulterous couple. Hurry up and go back to sleep. Xue Baochai wasn't in a good mood recently. Shui Pan was completely teasing her bottom line. Let's go back then. Shui Pan felt a little guilty when he saw that his sister was really angry. Moreover, the princess was no longer here, so there was no point in him staying. Before he left, he even waved his fist at Song Qingshu, giving him a warning look as he silently repeated the threat he had just made. Shui Baochai happened to see this and felt a headache coming on. She apologetically said to Song Qingshu, "Bao Yu, don't take his words to heart." Song Qingshu smiled. "He's your brother, so it's only right for him to teach me a lesson." There was no way he would be jealous of someone like Shui Pan right now. Shui Baochai couldn't help but blush. "What does it have to do with me?" Seeing the young girl's bashful appearance, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had completely gotten used to it. His casual words had inadvertently provoked her. In the future, he had to be more careful with his words and actions. Why does this feel the same as Yanghua in books? Shui Baochai finally recovered from her shyness and pretended to casually say, "Big brother has been pestering the princess before. I wonder if they'll look down on our great song." Song Qingshu knew that she wanted to change the topic to the cultivation residence. He couldn't help but chuckle. It's normal for young people to fall in love. Don't be too harsh on brother Shui. Shui Baochai blinked and stared at him. What about you? Do you also fall in love with that mysterious and beautiful princess? She's engaged to the young city lord of Peerless City. Don't think too much about it. Song Qingshu indirectly reminded her not to worry. Why would he look for you in the middle of the night when he's engaged to someone else? As a daughter of a noble family, Shui Baochai couldn't understand such a thing. Why would he look for you so late at night? Would you believe me if I told you that she took off her clothes as soon as she came in? Song Qingshu chuckled. Tui. Shui Baochai's face immediately turned red. Bao Yu, have you been influenced by my big brother? How can you say such nonsense? The princess was extremely mysterious, but everyone knew that she was extremely conservative. When faced with many men who tried to strike up a conversation, she was a complete ice beauty. She didn't even show her face casually. How could she go to the house of a man she had just met in the middle of the night to take off her clothes? Shui Pan, who had returned to his room, couldn't help but sneeze loudly. How strange. Why am I sneezing so much tonight? Who's talking about me? Could it be the princess? Thinking of this, he laughed foolishly. At this moment, Song Qingshu was also very helpless. Everyone believed lies, but no one believed the truth. What kind of world was this? All right, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask why she came to look for you. Shui Baochai snorted. But you still have to be careful. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. She must have an ulterior motive for getting close to you. Song Qingshu spread his hands. I'm just a hedonistic son of a rich family. Now that my family's power has declined, what's there for her to plot against me? Shui Baochai tilted her head slightly and looked him up and down. I feel that you've changed after coming back. Is that so? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. How have I changed? Your temperament has become more mature and indifferent than before. Shui Baochai's face reddened as she spoke. I'm not talking to you anymore. Rest early. She left without looking back. Song Qingshu was completely confused. Even with his rich experience, he couldn't help but sigh. A girl's heart was truly the hardest thing to fathom in this world. She's already gone. Why are you still looking at her so reluctantly? At this moment, a clear voice sounded from behind him. Song Qingshu turned around and saw a yellow-robed beauty bathed in the moonlight. She was exceptionally lovely. What day is it today? Why are people coming one after another? Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The yellow-robed woman furrowed her delicate brows and revealed a puzzled expression. Actually, I don't understand either. You're just a foppish hedonistic son of a rich family. Why do so many women run to you and look at you differently? Didn't you come to see me as well? Song Qingshu looked at her calmly. Don't try to take advantage of me verbally. I don't care about you as much as your sister Bao. The yellow-robed woman snorted. She had been in a bad mood recently, and Jia Sherdao was the main culprit behind the upheaval in Wudong's sect. Naturally, she wouldn't be nice to Jia Baoyu. Feeling the stiffness in her tone, Song Qingshu wondered if this woman was on her period these days. Why did the princess of dual cultivation come to see you? The yellow-robed woman asked. Nothing much. She just came to praise my handsomeness. Song Qingshu couldn't tell everyone that Gu Zixian came to his room to take off her clothes. What if someone really believed it? Who knew how much it would hurt her if she heard about it? Speak human language. The yellow-robed woman interrupted his boasting. He just wanted to ask me about the customs of the Central Plains. Song Qingshu casually made up a plausible reason. The yellow-robed woman nodded and murmured to herself, "What does she want?" She looked up and noticed that he was looking at her. She couldn't help but snort and say, all right. Be careful. Lust is like a knife above your head. Don't tell him all your secrets when you're mesmerized by his beauty." Then she turned around and left. At the same time, she thought it was strange that Jia Baoyu's eyes were so similar to that person's. Bah, how is that possible? I must be thinking too much. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. The faint fragrance of the girl still lingered in the air, but in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. As expected, 3 monks had no water to drink. Are you going to sleep tonight or not? A cold voice mixed with a bit of impatience sounded. Chapter 21-26. Song Qingshu knew it was Zhongyuan Dianhong. He couldn't help but laugh. What, you can't sleep either? Zhongyuan Dianhong's face darkened. So many people came looking for you, I wouldn't dare to be careless. Although he was secretly protecting the other party, it didn't mean that he didn't sleep for 24 hours a day. Most of the time, he would only pay close attention to the slightest movement on the other side. However, after one left, another would come. There was no end to it. He didn't even have the chance to take a nap. Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. Gu Zixian attacked me just now and you didn't show up. But he could understand. After all, the two of them closed the door. Normal people would think something beautiful would happen next. He was far away and Gu Zixian was instantly subdued, so he didn't know there would be a fight in the room. Can't you just pull a random girl into the room and sleep? Zhongyuan Dianhong looked puzzled. Song Qingshu was speechless. An assassin's brain was really direct. Don't worry, no one else will come tonight. Rather than face Zhongyuan Dianhong's zombie face, it was better to go back to the room and sleep. Seeing the tightly closed door, Zhongyuan Dianhong nodded and disappeared into the darkness again. The next morning, the Southern Song and Jin envoys packed up and continued on their way to Xingqing Prefecture. Because of Wanyan Zhongjie's permission, Galden's group also went with them. Xue Pan and the other noblemen were overjoyed and ran to the dual cultivator residence to ask about their well-being. But as expected, Gu Zixian continued to ignore them. She would only occasionally look at Song Qingshu with affection. Xue Pan and the others just happened to see it and thought it was for him. Thus, they became even more motivated. Of course, not all noblemen were as masochistic as Xue Pan. These people were all proud and arrogant. Even after being humiliated by Gu Zixian, they couldn't lower their pride and act like dogs. Fortunately, there were many women in the dual cultivator residence. Apart from the grandma, who had a slightly heavy taste, the other maids were all pretty girls. The group quickly changed their target and enjoyed it. On a distant mountain, a few people from the Heavens sect watched the group leave. Evil Buddha Zhongyo couldn't help but say, "This is troublesome." Also, the Southern Song dynasty is with them. We can't touch them with our current strength. In fact, he was being conservative. Even when the Heaven's Fate sect was at its peak, It could do nothing to the alliance of the Jin Kingdom and the Southern Song Dynasty. Zhong Zhongyo was panting as he spoke, his face visibly pale. It was clear that the Sky Devil escape had greatly damaged his vitality. The Jin Kingdom and the Southern Song Dynasty were sworn enemies. I really don't understand how they got together. Dan Yuru casually stood there, exuding a peerless and otherworldly temperament. If the people around her didn't know the details of the charm technique she practiced, they would probably not be able to take their eyes off her. It is indeed a little strange. However, it has already become an established fact. We should be thinking about what to do next, said Zhong Zhongyo with a frown. Unless we join forces with the people from the Demon Palace, we won't be able to deal with the alliance of these three forces. As Dan Yuru spoke, she glanced at Ling Yan, who was standing at the side. As if he had received the favor of the person he liked, Ling Yan puffed out his chest and began to explain. The people from the Demon Palace are dealing with the remnants of Horazm. I'm afraid they won't be able to come here. The experts from the Heaven's Fate sect exchanged glances with each other. They thought to themselves that the leader was indeed charming. Ling Yan had actually revealed such important information directly. Wasn't Horazm destroyed? Dan Yuru couldn't help but ask. Ling Yan replied, the country of Horazm was indeed destroyed. Back then, King Mokomo passed the throne to his son Zalandin. This Zalandin was a ruthless character. He borrowed troops from the Abbasid dynasty in the west and even defeated the Mongolian army once. The Great Khan spent a lot of effort to destroy him. However, he escaped with his life and ran to the Indian region to obtain the support of the Mughal Empire. Because of the dense rainforest and hot weather in India, the Mongolian cavalry was unable to completely destroy him. Dan Yuru couldn't help but praise, this boy is really tenacious. When he saw the lover of his dreams praising another man, Ling Yan couldn't help but say, it's a pity that he was blinded by lust. He actually dared to leave his headquarters and come all the way to Western Xia to participate in the betrothal contest. Isn't this just seeking his own death? With the people from the Demon Palace, this boy will definitely die this time. There's no point in talking about the Demon Palace. Not to mention the fact that we belong to different factions, it's impossible for us to ask them for help. Even if they really came, they might not be able to take down Galdan and the others right now. Besides, there's still a mysterious elite hiding in the dark. Zhong Zhongyo couldn't bear to hear people praise the Demon Palace. It should be known that the Heaven's Fate sect belonged to the Enweed faction. They were not on good terms with the Demon Face sect, which belonged to the Demon Palace. Moreover, he had a grudge with the Demon Master Pangban in the past. If my master came, that mysterious elite would definitely die. Lung Yan's tone sounded as if he was saying something extremely certain. His eyes were filled with respect. It's useless even if Pangban came. His martial arts are only on par with mine. Zhong Zhongyo sneered. Over the years, my master's martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. Lung Yan was indignant and instinctively argued. All right. Dan Yuru quickly came out to smooth things over. Since we can't deal with Galdan now, let's go back and ask His Royal Highness for instructions. We'll wait for his next orders. However, this time, we've lost many people and gained nothing. I'm afraid we'll be scolded by His Royal Highness. The group of people looked dejected. It should be known that they had come out with all their strength and were determined to win. That was why they had made a guarantee in front of Brother Ali Buge. In the end, this was the result. Being scolded was a small matter. If His Royal Highness looked down on the Heaven's Fate sect and started abandoning them to give resources to their competitors, that would be the biggest problem. Dozens of miles away, a group of people were fleeing in the desert with disheveled expressions. After much difficulty, they finally found an oasis. The group of people collapsed by the river and started drinking water. After catching their breaths, one of them stood up and looked around. Even though he was short, he was extremely muscular. Furthermore, he had a fierce aura. He was obviously the leader of this group. Seeing that there were no pursuers in the distance, he could not help but look at the graceful woman beside him with emotion. Military advisor is really clever. With a plan, we've managed to shake off the people from the Devil Palace. The woman he called military advisor was incomparably beautiful. It could be said that her eyebrows were like the mountains in spring and her eyes were like autumn waters. It was a pity that her jade-like face lacked color and was slightly pale. However, there was another kind of sickly beauty that formed an unusual charm. We've only shaken off our pursuers temporarily. They'll catch up to us soon. The woman coughed a few times. There was a strange accent in her voice that was very different from the people of the Middle Kingdom. Calm. Miao Shu Wu Calm. Chapter 21-27. Madame Jeanne is too modest. You should know that the Devil's Palace never fails. Moreover, other than the Devil's Palace, almost all of them have come out this time. Madame Jeanne deserves the credit for temporarily shaking them off. A tall man from the western regions sighed with emotion. This woman was called Jeanne Susan. Although she was young and beautiful, she was not married, but everyone called her Madame Jeanne. In the beginning, he was very unconvinced that this delicate woman was actually pointing fingers at him from the side. He felt that this kind of woman should lie on the bed and serve men was her forte. In the end, after experiencing this dangerous situation and witnessing her ingenious calculations, he was truly convinced. On the side, another lean man with a slightly red beard also chimed in. Madame Jeanne smiled slightly. If General Yen and General Zhuo weren't good at stealth tracking, I wouldn't have been able to shake off the people from the Devil's Palace even if I had thousands of ideas. The two men, one tall and the other thin, were called Yen Muliang and Zhuo Yuan. They were generals in the army of Khoresm. Your Majesty, I really don't understand. We are doing well in India. Why do we have to come all the way to Xixia to participate in the betrothal contest? Isn't it obvious that the Mongolians will hunt us down? The speaker was an old man in his 50s. He had a high nose and deep eyes. What left a deep impression on people was his silver hair that hung down to his shoulders. He looked extremely fierce. There was a strange purple-red circle around the edge of his deep eyes. It made people think that his kung fu must be extremely evil. He was the #1 expert in Khoresm. People called him the purple-eyed devil monarch Huajiao. He was quite famous in the outer regions. He was considered the most likely candidate to challenge the position of Nian Liandan and the other two grandmasters. The short but abnormally valiant man was the last prince of Khoresm, Zarandin. He replied in a deep voice, "If I hide in the Indian rainforest, no matter how powerful the Mongolian cavalry is, they can't reach me. But I can't forget the hatred between my country and my family. How many cities in Khoresm have been massacred by the Mongolians? How many wives and daughters have been robbed by the Mongolians? My father also died in the hands of the Mongolians. How can I drag out an ignoble existence?" After catching his breath and calming himself down, he continued, "The Mughal dynasty in India is lucky enough to take us in. It's impossible for them to send troops to help us fight against the Mongols. The Persian countries have been destroyed one by one, and even the terrifying Persian Ming dynasty has been destroyed. Now, the remaining countries are struggling at death's door. There's no way they can help us fight against the Mongols. Only the eastern countries are strong enough to fight against the Mongols. It's just that the east is vast and mysterious. We can't go there one by one. It just so happens that the higher-ups of the various countries will send representatives to participate in the marriage selection of Xixia. So, this is a rare opportunity. If we can unite the eastern countries, then there will be hope for the great cause of fighting against the Mongols." When Zarandin said this, his eyes glowed. It was obvious that this was something he had been pursuing. Madame Jeanne also nodded and said, "I agree with the king's approach. Instead of staying in India and waiting for death, it's better to take the risk and fight for a chance. I'm sure everyone wants to successfully restore their country and not die of old age in a hot and miasma place, right? That's right. Instead of dragging out an ignoble existence, it's better to take the risk and fight for a chance. The rest of the people were also moved. They all shouted excitedly. As for whether they really thought so in their hearts, it was hard to say. As if he saw everyone's dismay, Zarandin said, "Don't worry. Now that the envoys of the various countries are rushing to Shishya, the Mongols will naturally have scruples. If we can meet the envoys of some eastern country on the way, the Mongols will most likely retreat. Even if we are unlucky and can't meet them, as long as we enter Xingqing Prefecture, we will naturally be safe." As the host, Shishya would definitely ensure the safety of the people of the various countries. Moreover, there would be people from other countries. Among them, there would be many who were hostile to the Mongols. They would definitely not sit back and watch the Mongols mess around. Gazing in the direction of Xingqing Prefecture, Zarandin's eyes were filled with determination. At this time, on the main roads to Xingqing Prefecture, the envoys of various countries were rushing to the capital in an orderly manner. On the road to the south, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar was earnestly persuading a young master. "Crown Prince, this time, the Royal Highness has repeatedly exhorted us to keep a close eye on you. After arriving at Shishya, with your appearance and martial arts, it won't be difficult for you to gain the favor of the princess. This matter concerns the fate of our Dolly. Crown Prince, you must not be careless." The young master said, "I don't even know that Shishya princess. I don't even know if she is fat, thin, beautiful, or ugly. I don't want to marry her." "Young master, you can rest assured. We have already sent someone to inquire about her. Although the princess of the western Xia country doesn't show her face often, she is beautiful, elegant, and unparalleled. She is a rare beauty," another man with a simple and honest appearance said with a smile. "No matter how beautiful the princess is, what does it have to do with me? She is not Miss Wang." The young master sighed deeply, as if he was not interested in anything. This group of people was naturally the Dali envoys, Duan Yu, and the four great generals. Hearing Duan Yu say this, the four great generals looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Zhu Danshan was the quick-witted one. He turned his eyes and said, "The Shishya marriage is a big event. Prince Murong is determined to restore the country. Naturally, he won't miss it. If he goes, Miss Wang..." Duan Yu instantly became spirited. "Yes, Miss Wang will definitely accompany him." But his eyes immediately dimmed. "No, Prince Murong seems to have been involved in a case of rebellion a few days ago. He has disappeared during this time. How can he openly participate in the marriage? And even if he really goes to the marriage, Miss Wang must be heartbroken." Zhu Danshan said with a smile, "Miss Wang must be heartbroken. She must be at her weakest and most helpless. Young master, shouldn't you go to the Shishya?" No, how could I, Duan Yu, do such a thing to take advantage of someone when they are down?" Duan Yu hurriedly waved his hand. "It's just that I don't want to see Miss Wang sad. So if Master Murong also participates, I must defeat him and cut off his thoughts, so that Master Murong can wholeheartedly treat Miss Wang." Hearing his bold words, Zhu Danshan secretly shook his head. This young master is too crazy. But this is also good. Finally, he can go to the Shishya with peace of mind. At this time, in a desert in the west, the sound of camel bells was melodious. A beautiful figure on the camel was eye-catching, especially the emerald feather on her temple, which added a bit of vitality to the barren desert. "Brother, the people who will participate in the marriage contest in the Shishya must be outstanding talents from various countries. Our chances of winning are not very high. Compared with the marriage contest, I think it is more important to establish an alliance with the countries of the Central Plains," the young girl said while thinking. The young man next to her was somewhat disapproving. Why do you praise others' ambition and belittle your own? Can't I, your big brother, win the favor of the Xixia princess? The young girl slightly frowned. When she was about to say something, the young man hurriedly said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about me. Instead, I am more curious about your fiancé. Is there really no problem between you two?" Chapter 21-28. A hint of worry flashed across the girl's face. "Why do you ask? What problem could we have? It's been so long and he hasn't come to see you." The man snorted. "No matter how busy the Ming dynasty is, Guangmingding is not too far from Yarkand. Does he really have no time to spare?" The two were Hua Qingtong and her brother Huai. She had accompanied her brother to Western Xia to participate in the princess matchmaking event. Leader Zhang must have something important to do during this period of time. I haven't heard from him for several months. Rumor has it that he is cultivating a peerless divine art in seclusion, an old man on the side said in a deep voice. He was naturally Tianqi's strange hero Yuan Shishao. Grandpa Zhang Jiaozhu's kung fu is already so good. Why does he still need to train in martial arts? A beautiful girl in purple beside him asked curiously. She was Yuan Shishao's granddaughter, Yuan Zi. There is always someone better. Although Zhang Jiaozhu's kung fu is good, there are a few people in Mongolia who are just as good as him. Rumor has it that Temujin has been training in a demonic art and his kung fu has become unfathomable. I'm afraid no one in the world can defeat him. Yuan Shishao's voice was full of worry, and there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Could it be that even Song Qingshu is no match for him? A handsome man at the side said with a complicated expression. Over the years, Yuan Shishao said, Temujin has killed countless masters of the West. Even the king of assassins of the Persian Ming cult, the old man of the mountain, was defeated by him. Song Qingshu's kung fu is good, but he is still not as good as Temujin. Hua Qingtong couldn't help but say, Song Qingshu's kung fu has improved a lot since the Golden Snake gathering. She couldn't help but think of the last time she saw him at Songzhou City's drumming mountain. Yuan Shishao's expression changed. No wonder I keep hearing news about him from the Central Plains. But Temujin has gathered all the resources of the Mongolian Empire to train. It's beyond the reach of ordinary people. If Zhang Jiaozhu teamed up with him, they should be able to beat Temujin. Hua Qingtong was also unsure if Song Qingshu's kung fu was comparable to Temujin's. After all, Temujin's reputation in the western regions was enough to stop children from crying at night. Suddenly noticing the melancholy look on the man's face, Hua Qingtong comforted him. Head leader Chen, I've also heard about the grudge between you and Song Qingshu. You don't have to take it to heart. In the past, when Liu Bang and Xiang Yu fought, they said that it was a battle of wits and not a battle of strength, so you don't have to worry too much about the fact that your martial arts are not as good as his. The man was the head of the Red Flower Society, Chen Jiaolu. He bowed to Hua Qingtong and said, Thank you, Miss Hua, for enlightening me. Your words have enlightened me. Hua Qingtong smiled. It's good that head leader can pull himself together again. This time, head leader is a man of striking appearance. Who knows, you might be able to win the favor of the princess of Xixia and be elected as the emperor's son-in-law. At that time, the good relationship between the Wooden Table Ethics Division and Xixia will depend on you. Hearing his sister's words, Hua Ai secretly curled her lips. Handsome my ass, he's just a stray dog. Chen Jiaoluo hurriedly waved his hand. Miss Hua, you're exaggerating. I know my own limitations. How can I compare to the talents of the various countries in the world? For example, Brother Hua, I'm far inferior. Moreover, I have no intention of participating in the marriage contest. As he said this, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. What princess of Xixia? How can she compare to your sister? Hearing Chen Jiaoluo admit his inferiority, Hua Ai's expression softened a little. Head leader, you're too modest, Hua Qingtong said with a smile. However, she sighed inwardly. Chen Jialuo was a modest gentleman. Unfortunately, the setbacks in the past few years had caused him to lose the drive of a young man. At this time, at the border of Qinghai and Xixia, a group of people raised their heads and looked at the city not far away. This group of people was dressed differently from the people of Xixia, and even more differently from the people of the Central Plains. Zampu, we have been at war with the Western Xia all these years. But this time, we have come to participate in the Western Xia's marriage contest. Isn't it a little inappropriate? A man who looked like a monk from the Tantric sect asked, as he looked at a handsome and extraordinary man beside him. This time, Zhongzhan is participating in the betrothal contest, and he's far away from our headquarters. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so how can I not give him a present? The handsome man sneered coldly as his eyes were filled with hatred. It turned out that he was the leader of the Tubo people in Qinghai. Tubo was no longer as prosperous as it was in the Tang dynasty. In the past few hundred years, it could be said to be extremely weak and fragmented. Decades ago, the Tubozan Pudama of the previous generation passed away. Yongdan, who was adopted by the first concubine, and O Song, who was born to the young concubine, began to fight for the position of Zanpu. The ministers were also divided into two factions. In the end, Yongdan won and occupied Lessa. O Song led his subordinates and settled down in Qinghai. In the end, he died with regret. Zan Siluo was O Song's descendant. Zan Siluo could be said to have surpassed his master. In recent years, he had unified the tribes near Qingtang and Hehuang and formed a powerful regime. Because it bordered Xixia, the two sides could not avoid all kinds of conflicts. Liu and Hao had sent troops to attack Zan Siluo, but they were defeated several times by Zan Siluo. Therefore, the two sides could be said to be quite hostile. The greater the ability, the greater the ambition. Zan Siluo was not satisfied with just being the leader of the Tubo people in Qinghai. He wanted to be the king of the whole Tubo. Therefore, the current Tubozan was a target that he had to get rid of. Prince Zhongzhan, as the descendant of Yongdan and the future heir of the Lessa royal lineage, could be said to be his natural enemy. Don't worry, state preceptor. In front of all the countries in the world, Xixia will not dare to do anything to us. Zan Siluo smiled contemptuously. Moreover, Xixia has been in frequent internal strife during this time. They will not have the spare power to deal with us. The tantric monk on the side was the state preceptor under Zan Siluo, Li Lizun. He was proficient in Buddhism and had high martial arts skills. In recent years, Li Lizun was able to build such a huge foundation for Zan Siluo. Compared to Xixia, I am worried that Zhongzhan will not be so easy to deal with, Li Lizun said worriedly. Zhongzhan is naturally a good-for-nothing, but the great wheel wisdom King Jiumaji, who escorted him here, is not easy to deal with. Although it is a little embarrassing, I have to admit that in terms of martial arts talent, Jiumaji is above me. Zan Siluo chuckled. Sometimes, killing does not necessarily require a knife. What do you mean by that? Li Lizun was curious. I heard that Princess Jincheng is accompanying Zhongzhan this time. I heard that Princess Jincheng is a rare beauty. She is Zhongzhan's mother in name, but they are about the same age. An old man with a young wife, and my son is still young and vigorous, he. Si Baluo's eyes flashed, as if he already had a card up his sleeve. Apex. Chapter 21-29. At this time, on the official road in the northeast of Xixia, a small motorcade was also moving in the direction of Xingqing Prefecture. The shape of the carriage was very strange. It was shorter than the carriages commonly seen in the Central Plains and appeared more compact. The largest flag of the motorcade was written Goryeo. The other flags had Chui and Jin written on them. The commander of the city checked the customs documents and waved his hand to let them go. Looking at their figures leaving, the soldiers at the gate could not help but ask their companions, "Where is Goryeo? How would I know? Does this country even exist in this world?" Another soldier was also confused. The commander snorted, "What do you know? Goryeo is thousands of miles away in the northeast. It seems to be in the east of the Qing dynasty. Even the crown prince of such a faraway country has come to participate in the marriage contest. Our princess is really charming. Of course. It is said that Princess Yinchuan's beauty is unparalleled. It is normal for the princes of other countries to admire her. Unfortunately, I don't have the luck to see the princess's real face. But the woman in the Goryeo envoy group is so beautiful. I think she is not much worse than the princess. You didn't see her. There is a younger one. She is so beautiful. Her skin is so soft that water can be squeezed out. Ahem, they should be sisters. Their temperament is somewhat similar. I think the elder sister is more beautiful." "Boss, you really know your stuff." "I don't think they are biological sisters. They don't look like each other. But they are both beautiful. If I can hug them and sleep, I will wake up laughing even in my dreams." "You can't sleep if you hug them. If I were you, I would do it to death." "That makes sense." He he he. In the faraway carriage, a beautiful girl's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. She was about to get up, but was gently held down by her companion. "Senior sister, you also heard what those bastards said. Let me go and cut off their tongues." The girl's sword was slightly unsheathed. Obviously, she was very angry. A woman in white sat beside her. She had a dignified and calm face. Her delicate nose separated a pair of charming eyes that seemed to be able to see into the depths of people's souls. This is the territory of Xixia after all. We are guests from afar. If we kill the soldiers, it will be difficult to clean up. But the girl beside him was still somewhat indignant. These are just the incompetent fantasies of some low-level soldiers. Who do you think you are? Why do you have to lower yourself to their level? The woman in white's voice was gentle, as if it had a calming power. You're right, senior sister. The pretty girl finally calmed down. Compared to these people's wild imaginations, I'm more worried about Japan. Toyotomi Hideyoshi is about to unify the country. All kinds of information show that he intends to attack Korea. The lady in white was worried. Based on the Woku pirates' behavior in the past few years, these Dong-ing people are cruel and licentious. If they really attack Goryeo, I'm afraid we'll really end up like what those soldiers said. Xian Lu, the beautiful girl, knew very well what kind of danger her senior and junior sister's appearance would bring, but she was still a little unconvinced. Japan is separated by the sea after all. Even the powerful Sui and Tang dynasties failed to conquer our country back then. What's a mere Japan? The woman in white shook her head slightly. Things are different now. Back then, the Sui and Tang dynasties were tens of thousands of miles away from each other. The logistical pressure was very great. Although Japan is separated by the sea, it's much closer. Moreover, there's shipping, so it's much more convenient for logistical supplies. Also, when facing the attack of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the entire country was united. But now, Goryeo. I've always been confused. The powerful Chui family controls the court, and His Majesty can only be his puppet. All the knowledgeable people in the country are indignant. Master is obviously unparalleled in martial arts. Why didn't he kill that B***starred Chui Yu with his sword, and let His Majesty take real power? The pretty girl looked eager to try. It was as if she would go and assassinate a powerful official to rid the Emperor of evil if her master asked her to. You're thinking too simply. There are many things in this world that can't be solved by martial arts alone, the woman in white explained. For the past 100 years, several generations of the Chui family have controlled the court. Everyone in the country is their confidant. Their power is deeply rooted. How can it be solved by killing Chui Yu? When the Chui family group counterattacks, We may be able to protect ourselves with martial arts, but how can the people of the royal family survive? But do we just let the Chui family cover the sky with one hand and do nothing? The beautiful girl was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Master hasn't given up all these years. Otherwise, why did the Chui family not dare to usurp the throne even though they control the court? The woman in white's eyes revealed an expression of admiration. It's because of Master's strength that the Chui family has scruples and doesn't dare to cross the line. Both sides have a tacit understanding to maintain the current balance. Master is magnanimous, but I don't have such a good temper. The beautiful girl tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. The people with the surname Chui are not good people. His father is a domineering and powerful minister, and his son, Chui Shi, is a B***starred who bullies men and women. When I heard of his deeds in the capital, I thought it was exaggerated. But after this period of contact, he comes to pester us all day. He's worse than him. Hearing Chui Shi's name, the girl in white could not help but frown. She looked at the carriage behind from the window, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Chui Shi is indeed an annoying playboy, but we have to think positively. If everyone in the Chui family group is like this, then it won't be long before the Chui family is doomed to fail. Chui Yu's son-in-law, Jin Ruoxian, is a talent. It's a pity that he married the daughter of the Chui family. Hearing the melancholy in her tone, the beautiful girl rolled her eyes. General Jin is indeed a talented man. What's rare is that he's upright. Many girls in the country like him. It's no wonder that you like him. The woman in white blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I like him? I just feel that it's even more difficult to bring down the Chui family group with such a person. The beautiful girl said with a smile, I heard that General Jin and his wife don't get along well. This time, he came to Xixiao with us. Isn't this a good opportunity? It's lonely to travel thousands of miles away. With your charm, I think you can snatch him over if you show a little kindness. Bah, what are you talking about? The woman in white widened her almond-shaped eyes. Don't be angry, senior sister. I'm just thinking about the country. Senior sister, just sacrifice yourself. What's more, General Jin is a talented man. You won't suffer a loss. The beautiful girl had a mischievous look on her face, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Then why don't you go and sacrifice yourself? You said that he's a good man. Why don't you go by yourself? The two girls soon got into a quarrel. I don't want to. My lover must be the kind of great hero who is handsome and unrestrained. Moreover, he's capable of stabilizing the country with his literary skills and stabilizing the country with his martial skills. Although General Jin is good, he's still not as good as I've imagined. Little girl, you only know how to daydream. How can there be such a man in this world? Humph, maybe we'll meet him in the Central Plains this time. In the carriage at the back, a man in luxurious clothes, but with a wretched appearance, heard the faint bell-like laughter in front of him. He couldn't help but scold, these two hoofs laughing so wantonly. Are they trying to seduce me? Obviously, he was the Chui Shi that the sisters were talking about. A man with a calm and resolute face said with a wry smile, Young master, they're the disciples of the brilliant sword master, Fu Kalin. Their status is aloof. I'm afraid we can't use force. Chapter 21:30. Hearing his words, the man next to him showed an expression of wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Especially when he thought of how badly he was beaten by the little girl before, he almost couldn't hold it in. The two girls are highly skilled in martial arts and have a high status. I'm afraid we can't stand up for you. Chui Heng suddenly turned around and glared at him fiercely. Jin Renjun, are you laughing at me? No. The man next to him looked solemn, without the slightest hint of a smile. You'd better not. You have to know your identity. You're just a servant of our Chui family. Chui Hang obviously transferred the anger of the two girls to him. You're right. Jin Renjun lowered his head and anger flashed in his eyes. Chui Hang went on to say, the two sisters are so arrogant all day long, just because they are Master Fu's disciples. One day I will get them. I wish you success. Jin Renjun still lowered his head. Chui Hang sneered. Why, you don't believe me? I don't dare. Jin Renjun replied. I know what you're thinking, Chui Hang snorted coldly. Yes, they have a high status, but if I become the heir of the Chui family and ask for Master Fu's hand in marriage, I think Master Fu will make a wise choice for the stability of the court and the relationship between the two sides. Jin Renjun was stunned. If he really inherited the position of the Chui family, then Master Fu was really likely to marry his disciple to him. After all, in the eyes of people at their level, character was no longer important. If a woman's happiness was sacrificed in exchange for the stability of the country and the court, it was self-evident what choice he would make. But the master seems to prefer General Jin. Jin Renjun couldn't help but say. Looking at the carriage hanging the Jin character flag at the front, Chui Hang's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. I don't know what father is thinking. He has a son, but he wants to pass it on to an outsider. Jin Renjun was silent, but his lips were slightly raised, flashing a contemptuous smile. Jin Ruoxian was well versed in both literature and martial arts, but Chui Hang only knew how to bully people. Moreover, the master did not have a legitimate son. Chui Hang was just a concubine's son, and his relationship may not be comparable to Jin Ruoxian's son-in-law. Chui Shi suddenly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Jin, this time I asked you to come here to ask for your help. You are my father's most capable subordinate, so you will definitely be able to help me. Once I get what I want, I will not treat you unfairly. Jin Renjun frowned and replied, the master has always to mean what he says and what to do to him. Jin Renjun is to think that he is a man. How to think to him is not to be. Chui Shi's selection of an heir was not a small matter, and it was not only related to him, but also related to the rise and fall of the entire Chui family. Chui Shi had a bad reputation in the capital, and everyone knew that he was a prodigal. On the contrary, Jin Ruoxian was steady and mature. If he succeeded, the Chui family, as well as their partners, would feel more at ease. Therefore, he secretly decided that he would report Chui Shi's thoughts to the master of the house after he returned to the country and deal with this hidden danger as soon as possible. Chui Shi suddenly said, Mr. Jin, I'm telling you this because I treat you as one of my own. Please don't make things difficult for me. Hearing the threat in his tone, Jin Renjuan's heart trembled. What does young master mean? Chui Shi smiled faintly and said, 2 years ago, my father married a concubine called an Exin. She is young and beautiful. Mr. Jin seems to visit her often. If my father knew about this, what do you think he would do? Jin Renjuan's expression changed greatly. His affair with an Xin was originally a secret, so how did the other party know about it? However, he reacted quickly and immediately replied, Young master, I'll think of a way. I'll definitely let young master get what he wants. Chui Shi laughed out loud. Indeed, a wise man submits to circumstances. No wonder my father admires you so much. Jin Renjun also laughed, but his heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. At this time, on the Yellow River, a large ship was sailing in the direction of Xingqing Prefecture. On the ship there was a flag of cherry blossoms. Many parts of the cabin were printed with special patterns. The bottom was in the shape of 3 leaves, and the top was in the shape of 3 wudong flowers. There were 5 wudong flowers on both sides and 7 in the middle. If the people from Korea saw it, they would definitely recognize that it was the family pattern of Toyota Hideyoshi. A man wearing samurai armor stood in the middle. The samurai armor was very powerful, but unfortunately, the man was short and did not display the aura he should have. At this moment, he looked at the fertile land along the river, and greed flashed in his eyes. There have long been rumors that China is incomparably fertile, and I thought that it was an exaggeration. Now that I've seen it, even the barren Northwest has such fertile land. I'm really envious. A Japanese man dressed as a swordsman answered, "Young master, this is the famous Hutao Plain of the Yellow River. Of all the evils in the Yellow River, only this is rich. Not all places in the Northwest are as fertile as here." The man in samurai armor nodded. "Even so, we have seen along the way. The land of China is indeed vast and abundant. It is much better than those places in our country. Damn it, we are about to unify the whole country, but there is only so much land. It is not even enough for the meritorious officials." The swordsman on the side answered, "Therefore, Guanbai sent us to China to take the opportunity of the marriage selection in Xixia to find out the actual situation of each country." Yes, Korea is nothing to be afraid of. Foster father is mainly worried about the reaction of the countries in the Central Plains after sending troops. The man in samurai armor was the adopted son of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. But after we came to China, we found that the countries in the Central Plains are busy fighting each other. The Qing Kingdom, which borders Korea, is busy quelling the rebellion of the three border states and the war with the Mongols. It has no time to worry about Korea. Therefore, as long as foster father sends troops, Korea will be ours. Hideyoshi paused, then continued, "It is just that Korea is a bitter and cold land. Even if we get it, it is not very valuable. The Central Plains is more fertile." At first, Guanbai also planned to use Korea as a springboard to march into the Central Plains. The swordsman on the side showed a hint of worry. "But the information we received before may be wrong. The countries in the Central Plains are not as weak as we thought." Toyotomi Hideyoshi had gathered some Japanese wanderers to inquire about the Central Plains. When he learned that these wanderers who could not survive in Donging, when 10 of them united, could sweep through dozens of coastal counties and defeat the imperial army, wouldn't the elite soldiers who had experienced the tempering of the warring states period be able to run amok in the world? When he thought of this, he could not help but feel heroic. He felt that he could conquer the Central Plains in 5 years. Of course, he was cautious by nature, so he first sent a diplomatic group to the Central Plains to investigate. It just so happened that there was an opportunity for Xixia to find a bride. When he heard that all the countries would gather there, he decided to join in the fun. "Sheba, you are worrying too much. I heard that the Mongolians are very powerful, but the Shueiwa sect was able to be the guest of honor there. I think their strength is limited." Hideyoshi said with a smile. Among the top 10 Donging masters, the Shueiwa sect could only be ranked 3rd at most. There were still 2 invincible sword saints in front of them, Wizumi Shinsuna and Makihara Buchuan. Moreover, if he really thought about it, even this Yagyushiba beside him might not be weaker than the Shueiwa sect. Yagyushiba was more clear-headed. In front of the army, an individual's martial strength does not mean anything. Hideyoshi snorted. "Why do you have to boost the morale of others and diminish your own? In my opinion, the countries in the Central Plains have been at peace for a long time, and their armies have long been rotten. That is why the Mongolians appear to be invincible. Our Donging has gone through 100 years of warring states, and it can be said that we have many famous generals. The remaining ones are all elites who have gone through hundreds of battles. If we were to fight against the Mongolians, it is hard to say who will be the winner. Moreover, Hideyoshi continued, how many people do the Mongolians have? They seem to be very powerful now, but they mainly rely on a large number of servants. The population of our Donging is 10 times that of the Mongolians, and we have more soldiers than the Mongolians. If we learn from their strategy of controlling their servants, I am afraid that the time taken to destroy the Tang Empire in 5 years is still too long. Due to the deep influence of the Tang dynasty, the Donging had always been used to calling the Central Plains as Tang. What you said is not without reason. Yagyu nodded. This time, the Shisha marriage contest is going to be attended by all the countries. We can observe their combat strength from a close distance. As he spoke, he could not help but tighten his grip on the katana in his hand. A hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. When the time comes, we will let the masters of the countries in the Central Plains witness the swordsmanship of the Dong-ing. On the southern Song dynasty's side, Song Qingshu woke up and washed up. Just as he was about to have breakfast with Shui Pan and the others, a maidservant with a pretty face suddenly came forward. "Young Master Jia, our princess invites you over for breakfast." Ah! Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought that Gu Zixian was too bold. If she did that, her fiancé would lose face. Shui Pan, who was standing at the side, hurriedly asked, "Little girl, did your princess invite me? I had a pleasant conversation with her last night." The maidservant shook her head. "She only said to invite young Master Jia over." Shui Pan was extremely disappointed. He then turned around and glared at Song Qingshu fiercely. He wanted to strangle him. The others beside him also looked at him with envy and jealousy. The Liu brothers looked at each other. They were the ones who did not want to see Jia Baoyu prosper the most. After all, they had betrayed the Jia clan. Naturally, they hoped that the Jia clan would completely decline and have no chance to rise again. However, this time, Jia Baoyu was really unexpected. If he revived the Jia clan in the future, it would be troublesome. Song Qingshu shook his head. "Forget it. Thank you for your princess's kindness. I will not go over." It was broad daylight now. If he really went over, he would not be able to do anything. Furthermore, it would attract too much attention in front of so many people. I have already tried my best to keep a low profile. However, for such an eye-catching man, no matter how hard I try to hide, I will not be able to conceal my charm. Shui Pan, who was standing at the side, was almost angered to death. This was an opportunity that he had yearned for, yet Jia Baoyu had actually given it up. The young prince of the Jin kingdom is also there. The maidservant thought of the princess's request before she left, and said hurriedly, "Oh!" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Wanyan Zhongjie was looking for him? Then let's go over. Seeing him leave with the maidservant, the yellow-robed girl could not help but frown. She nudged Shui Baochai lightly with her shoulder. When did he become so popular with women? Chapter 2131. Song Qingshu arrived at the side of the dual cultivator house. Gu Zixian was sitting there in a very demure manner. His slender neck further accentuated his noble temperament. As he sat there, he was like the picture of a rare court lady. Noble, outstanding, and cold as ice. Such a scene would arouse the poetic thoughts of many outstanding scholars. However, when she saw Song Qingshu arrive, her cold temperament immediately disappeared. She glanced at him and then nervously withdrew her gaze. In a small voice, she said, "You've come? Greetings, princess, greetings, young prince." There were many maids present. Song Qingshu didn't want to reveal his relationship with the princess. At the side, Wanyan Zhongjie looked at Gu Zixian and then at Song Qingshu. A trace of suspicion flashed through her beautiful and intelligent eyes. When Song Qingshu sat down next to her, she pulled on his sleeve and asked, "What kind of bewitching potion did you give that girl? Why did she ask you to come?" Song Qingshu spread out his hands and said, "When a person's charm is too great, it can't be stopped." "Stop being so smug." Seeing that he wasn't speaking the truth, Wanyan Zhongjie turned his head and asked Gu Zixian, "Princess, why did you insist on calling someone else over? Could it be that you're dissatisfied with me?" "Young prince, you misunderstand." Gu Zixian hurriedly explained, "I wanted to teach you the love of toppling cities, but the love of toppling cities must be practiced by two people. I saw that young prince and young prince have a good relationship, so I felt that he was the most suitable candidate." "Is that so?" Wanyan Zhongjie didn't quite believe it. However, when she thought about how she could practice martial arts with Song Qingshu, she suddenly felt that this wasn't too bad. She didn't pursue the matter any further. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, finally understood. He originally thought that Wanyan Zhongjie had something to say to him, but in the end it was just the two women's petty thoughts. After breakfast, Gu Zixian began to teach the two of them the love of a toppling city. In name, she was teaching Wanyan Zhongjie, but most of the time she was by Song Qingshu's side. With Song Qingshu's cultivation, it was easy for him to determine that the love of a devastatingly beautiful cities was a martial art similar to the harmonious sword technique. Moreover, he quickly realized that Gu Zixian had taught him the male's technique, while she had taught Wanyan Zhongjie the female's technique. At first, Song Qingshu thought that Gu Zixian had seen through Wanyan Zhongjie's identity, but he quickly understood her intentions. She probably wanted to use the love of a toppling city with him in the future, so she carefully taught him the groom's moves. Song Qingshu made a rough deduction. This love of a devastatingly beautiful cities was indeed miraculous, but it was similar to the ancient tomb sex, pure heart of Jade Maiden's swordsmanship. It was far from the legendary power that could destroy a city with one sword. After seeing all this clearly, Song Qingshu's interest in practicing was not as high. However, he later realized that he had to hide his identity in the Western Xia, and the real experts were likely to discover some clues from his martial arts. It was just right for him to learn a brand new martial art to deal with them. Thinking like this, Song Qingshu became spirited again. Not to mention that when Gu Zixian taught him martial arts, he often needed to hold hands and demonstrate it. Rubbing ears and temples, feeling the young and vigorous body of a young girl, as well as that elegant and pleasant fragrance, was indeed a matter that made people feel relaxed and happy. I don't want to learn any more, I don't want to learn any more. Wanyan Zhongjie angrily threw away the sword in his hand. The more he watched, the more he felt that Gu Zixian was deliberately looking for an opportunity to get close to Song Qingshu. The two of them weren't learning martial arts, they were completely flirting. Wanyan Zhongjie felt like an outsider standing here. What's wrong with the little prince? Gu Zixian, who was originally in high spirits, couldn't help but look at him with a puzzled expression. Nothing, I just don't want to learn any more. Wanyan Zhongjie curled his lips. He thought to himself, what a vixen. She's really good at seducing men. As soon as she arrived, she charmed the Southern Song dynasty's young masters. Now, even Brother Song seems to have fallen for her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to take in Galdan and the people from the double cultivation house. Let's go play chess. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Wanyan Zhongjie grabbed Song Qingshu's hand and left. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't refuse. She was still very cute when she was throwing a tantrum. Watching the two of them leave hand in hand, Gu Zixian's eyes flashed with worry. Could it be that Benefactor likes men more? But when she thought about the changes in his body last night, she couldn't help but blush. At least Benefactor still had feelings for women. After they came out, Wanyan Zhongjie couldn't help but ask, I heard that the double cultivation princess ran into your room last night? Song Qingshu was startled. How did you know? This wasn't a good thing. After all, it would damage Gu Zixian's reputation. What did she do in your room? Wanyan Zhongjie looked at him nervously. 51 Song Qingshu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, nothing happened. Although something did happen in the beginning, Gu Ningqing ran over and took away his daughter. Speaking of which, he wasn't lying. Wanyan Zhongjie bit her lip. She seemed to be in disbelief and hurt. Brother Song, last night she took the initiative, but you were indifferent. In the end, you turned around and fooled around with another woman. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She turned around and ran away. Hey! Song Qingshu was about to chase after her when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Seeing the gloomy Duguming looking at him with an unfriendly gaze, Song Qingshu was startled. "What's the matter, young city lord? Stinking brat, I'm warning you. Stay away from my fiancé." Duguming grabbed his collar. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Song Qingshu calmly said. "Young city lord, you've misunderstood. The relationship between me and the princess is as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Moreover, even if you don't believe me, you should believe in your princess. Pretty boy, you're really eloquent. No wonder you're so good at pleasing women. I'll cut off your tongue and see if you can still speak so glibly." As soon as he finished speaking, Duguming unsheathed his sword and stabbed it towards his mouth. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. At this moment, a gust of wind came from the side and a crisp clang was heard. Duguming could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and hurriedly retreated to the side. Looking back, he saw a yellow-robed woman looking at him with a frown. When he saw the yellow ribbon in her hand, he was even more shocked. She could actually use such a soft object to cause the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. What kind of skill was this? Knowing that the opponent's martial arts were far above his, Duguming didn't want to stay and embarrass himself. Before picking up his sword and leaving, he glared at Song Qingshu fiercely. "Bah, pretty boy only knows how to hide behind a woman's back. What kind of man are you?" Song Qingshu smiled nonchalantly. When he saw the yellow-robed woman walking over, he cupped his hands and thanked her. "Thank you for your help, Mississippi, you're a man. Don't you feel ashamed after hearing what he said?" The yellow-robed woman saw his calm expression and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Song Qingshu was stunned. He only said those words out of envy and jealousy. You should know that living off a woman and being a pretty boy is also a skill. I can't wait to be proud of it. Why should I feel ashamed? Sure enough, you have a glib tongue. The yellow-robed woman snorted. She felt even more unhappy. "You don't have to thank me. I just don't like to see foreigners bullying our own people." When she finished speaking, she turned around and left. It was as if talking to him would dirty her mouth. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth. Sometimes, it was quite interesting to use a different person's identity to observe another person's other side. After that, the Jin, Song, and Zungar diplomatic missions continued on their way. After a few days, they finally reached Xingqing Prefecture. An official from Western Xia came to apologize. Because there were too many diplomatic missions recently, the people from the Ministry of Rights were so busy that they had to wait for a while. The group could only go to a nearby inn to rest. Song Qingshu didn't mind, but Xue Pan and the others were indignant. What are these Western Xia people trying to do? Are they deliberately leaving me here? Lu Sherdao looked at him with disdain. Western Xia has been at war with the Great Song since its founding. Isn't their current attitude expected? Xue Pan pointed at Wanyan Zhongjie. The Jin and Western Xia are on good terms. Aren't they treated the same? Lu Sherdao was speechless. The Jin and Western Xia were indeed on good terms. Wanyan Zhongjie said indifferently, "Only weaklings like you care so much about other people's opinions. We don't have to worry about Western Xia neglecting us. I think they're really busy. We just have to wait." Chapter 2132. It looks like a playboy is molesting a commoner girl. What's wrong with your eyes? That girl's attire doesn't look like a commoner girl at all. They should also be envoys from other countries, right? The city is full of people from other countries these days. So they are nobles from other countries. These playboys are not good people. Let them fight each other. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing when he heard the people of Xixia whispering to each other. No matter where they were, the mentality of hating the rich existed. Molesting a commoner girl? How can I miss such an interesting thing? Xue Pan and the others were instantly interested when they heard this. It should be known that they were so bored during this period of journey. How could a group of playboys like them let go of such a lively event? Shui Baochai didn't even stop them. This group of people was a bully in linen. They also wanted to see how their counterparts in a foreign country operated. Shui Pan put his arm around Song Qingshu's shoulder and dragged him over. He had no interest in such a thing, but Shui Pan was worried that he would be hooked up with the princess if he stayed, so he nipped any danger in the bud. Thinking that Jia Baoyu was a person who liked to be in a crowd, Song Qingshu let him pull him over. Jia Baoyu was someone who liked to be in a crowd. Oh, I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful girl. Judging from her attire, she should be a bannerman from the Manchurian Qing. Who is that man? Why is he dressed so strangely? Shui Pan and the others were discussing, but Song Qingshu was stunned. He saw a young playboy leading a group of people surrounding a man and a woman. The playboy and his group were dressed strangely, not like the style of the countries in the Central Plains, and also very different from the style of the countries in the Western region. All of them had big faces with single eyelids, and their loud and noisy tone sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the accent of Goryeo. Of the young man and woman who were surrounded, the man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Even though he had a treasured sword at his waist, he still gave off a somewhat scholarly aura. The young girl was delicate and refined. She had a scholarly aura about her, and with a single glance, one could tell that she was a talented and beautiful young lady from a respectable family. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and it was obvious that she was not as dull as other young ladies from respectable families. It's her. Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. He happened to know this man and woman. The man was Nalen Rongrua, the son of the Minister of War, Mingzhu, and the woman was the daughter of the Minister of Political Affairs, Songgotu Wu Yunju. He saved the two of them on the way to the Golden Snake Battalion. Especially this Wu Yunju, back then she could be considered as his little fangirl. But after such a long time, he did not know if the young girl's feelings had changed. Hey, I heard that the Qing Empire is quite powerful. Why are they being bullied by the Goryeo envoy when there are only a few of them? A puzzled voice came from beside him. It turned out that Galdan had come over after hearing the news. After seeing the situation clearly, he was very puzzled. It was obvious that Nalen Rongrua's subordinates were few. Compared to the Goryeo envoy, they seemed a little weak. It is indeed a little strange. Shui Baochai was worried about Shui Pan and the others. She also came over to take a look and expressed the same doubt. Only Song Qingshu could roughly guess the whole story. It seemed that Dongfang Muxuan knew that the marriage contest of Xixia was a trap set up by herself. These participating disciples were only here to go through the motions. Naturally, she would not pay much attention to it. Raindrop Study House because when Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue came to power, they had to support their own trusted aide. Ming Zhu and Songgotu, who were old ministers of the Kangxi Emperor, would definitely be alienated. However, they could not act too hastily. So, they conveniently sent Ming Zhu's son to participate in the contest to show their so-called favor. If they had sent a large group of people to protect them like other countries, Dongfang Muxue probably would not have the time to do so. As a result, the Qing envoy seemed a little weak. These Goryeo people are too arrogant. Wanyan Zhongjie also came over. After witnessing everything, he could not help but feel angry. It should be known that the Jin and Qing kingdoms were brothers. Seeing the Qing people being bullied, he could not help but feel a sense of common hatred. Go, break a leg of each of those Goryeo people. He turned around and gave the order to the warriors under his command. In this kind of situation, he naturally would not trouble Ouyang Feng. However, the accompanying warriors of the Jin kingdom were all very valiant. They were more than enough to deal with those Goryeo people. Yes. Just as the group of people were about to follow the order, two beautiful women in white suddenly appeared. The slightly older woman was tall, and the first impression people had of her was that her waist was very thin and her legs were very long. She stood there like an iceberg, and the temperature of the entire inn seemed to have dropped a few degrees because of her arrival. There was a beautiful mole at the corner of her mouth, which to a certain extent softened her temperament as an iceberg beauty. The younger girl was more delicate and charming. She was not as aloof as her elder sister. However, her quick-witted eyes occasionally revealed a hint of slyness, indicating that she was not as harmless as her appearance suggested. Cui Shi, stop fooling around. Go back quickly. The two beauties in white were naturally the sisters Fu Junyi and Fu Junyu of the Goryeo envoy. Humph, can I have some fun? The young man with single eyelids said discontentedly. There were two stunning beauties in his envoy, but he could not touch them. He had been itching for a long time. When he came to Xingqing Prefecture, he came out to flirt. Coincidentally, he met Dark Cloud Pearl and was immediately attracted by her appearance and temperament. The Crown Prince wants you to go back. Fu Junyu snorted. The Crown Prince? Cui Shi sneered. When did the royal family have the ability to interfere with the Cui family's affairs? Shut up. At this time there was a loud shout. A tall general in military uniform walked in. He grabbed the back of Cui Shi's collar and lifted him up. The subordinates beside Cui Shi saw the appearance of the person. They all looked at each other and did not stop him. Brother-in-law, Cui Shi said with some guilt. Don't embarrass yourself abroad. The general snorted and threw him to the ground. He then apologetically said to Fu Junyi and Fu Junyi, this boy was confused for a moment. I hope the two ladies can forgive him. Don't tell the Crown Prince what he said just now. Fu Junyi nodded. Fortunately, General Jean arrived in time. General Jean smiled. He then turned around and apologized to Nalen Rongrua and Dark Cloud Pearl. I am General Jean Ruoxian of Goryeo. I apologize on behalf of my brother-in-law. Nalen Rongrua nodded. The other party's attitude was very good. Even if Cui Shi was stopped, it was not convenient for him to say anything. After Jean Ruoxian apologized, he was about to leave with Cui Shi and the others. In the corner of the inn, a neutral voice suddenly sounded. The Goryeo people are so spineless. A pair of boys and girls from the Qing kingdom scared so many Goryeo people. No wonder even the king is willing to be a puppet for so many years. He can really endure what ordinary people can't. Chapter 2133. Who's talking nonsense? Jean Ruoxian suddenly turned his head and stared sharply at the direction where the voice came from. Song Qingshu and the others also looked in that direction. After seeing the situation there clearly, they couldn't help but have a strange expression on their faces. The Japanese are here too? It was no wonder that he could recognize them at a glance. It was because their clothing was too obvious. It was as if a lawn mower had been pushed from their foreheads to the back of their heads. Their entire heads were bald except for a strand of hair in the middle that was tied into a bun. There was still hair in the other two temples, and their hairstyles were as weird as one could imagine. In addition, there was a small mustache in the middle of the group. If he still couldn't recognize their origins, he would really be blind. What? Am I not speaking the truth? The man sitting in the center of the group of Japanese sneered. Although their intonation was a little strange, they were still using Chinese. Hiroyuki Hideyoshi is victorious. Jean Ruoxian obviously recognized the other party's identity. I didn't expect that Toyosi Hideyoshi would only send you, his adopted son, to participate in the competition. Song Qingshu wasn't familiar with the name Hiroyuki Hideyoshi, but he had heard of the famous Toyosi Hideyoshi. Thinking that he had actually participated in the competition with such a formidable character in history, he couldn't help but sigh. Didn't Cui Yu only send you, his son-in-law? He couldn't have sent that good-for-nothing, right? Hiroyuki Hideyoshi said as he looked at Cui Shi with disdain. Who are you calling good for nothing? Chui sure couldn't help but be furious. His trusted family warrior wanted to show his face in front of his master. Seeing that his master was angry, he directly pounced on Hiroyuki Hideyoshi and raised his hand to give him a slap. Humph! A cold voice rang out. Be careful! Fu Junyi's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly warned. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The crowd only saw a flash of cold light. Before they could see anyone make a move, the Goryeo warrior had already been split into two. Ah, murder, murder! The surrounding group of people who were originally watching the show didn't dare to stay after seeing such an exaggerated and bloody scene. They all screamed and ran out. You haven't paid the bill yet. The owner of the inn tried to stop the guests, but everyone was running out. Who could he stop? These goddamn foreigners! The boss wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to settle the score with the Japanese, but the bloody corpses on the ground were still steaming hot. He didn't dare to approach them. As for Gao Li's side, the people who had just died were their people. Their expressions were extremely ugly. At this time, whoever went up would be unlucky. These Japanese are really disgusting. Wanyan Zhongjie was, after all, a young girl. She subconsciously turned her head away and cursed under her breath. Song Qingshu's eyelids twitched. This person was indeed a little f***ed up. If he wanted to kill him, he could have just killed him. Why did he have to do this? Who was he trying to disgust? However, whether it was the speed or the timing of that slash, he had indeed mastered it to perfection. New in stream? Are you Yagyu Danma Sho or Yagyu Jubii? Fu Junyi stared coldly at a samurai beside Hidekitsu and asked. New in stream was a sect founded by the Japanese sword saint, Waizumi Shinsuna. However, Waizumi Shinsuna's status in Japan was very high and he was very old. His status in Japan was similar to Zhang Sanfeng's in the Central Plains. Clearly, this person couldn't be him. The one who had received Waizumi Shinsuna's teachings was his disciple Yagyu Munio. Yagyu Munio was also a grandmaster in Japan and was very old. In that case, this person could only be his son Yagyu Danma Sho or his grandson Yagyu Jubii. 600-inch Swoka, you have good eyesight. I'm Yagyu Jubii, that samurai said proudly. Clearly, he was very proud of the surname Yagyu. Fu Junyi said coldly, although my companion was a little rude first, he doesn't deserve to die. Aren't you being too ruthless? My skills are inferior, and my death is not to be regretted. Yagyu Jubii raised his head, clearly not feeling apologetic at all. These Japanese are really arrogant, Xuepan couldn't help but mumble. Lu Sherdao, who was at the side, said, I don't think he did anything wrong. After all, it was the Koreans who attacked first. If the Japanese were inferior, they would be the ones being humiliated now. After all, it's very embarrassing to be slapped in public. The lady in yellow humphed, stop fooling around. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. Only then did Xuepan and the others shut up resentfully. Song Qingshu turned his gaze to the other two people beside Yagyu Jubii. One of them had messy hair and looked extremely dispirited. To a certain extent, he was even a little sloppy. However, Song Qingshu didn't dare to underestimate him at all because the blade in his hand would definitely be faster and sharper than Yagyu Jubii's. The other person was dressed in a purple warrior's robe. His entire appearance was much cleaner and neater. He had a long dark blue ponytail, and his temples hung down to his collarbone. He was very handsome. If the first person looked like a sloppy man who wandered the streets of Jianghu, then the one in the purple warrior's robe looked more like an elegant young master. However, what caught Song Qingshu's attention was definitely not his appearance, but the sword on his back. This was a sword that people would never forget. It was very long, longer than all the swords he had seen before. It was more than 5 feet long, making people wonder how the owner of such a long sword could wield it. However, Song Qingshu didn't dare to underestimate the two of them. Although Yagyu Jubiai's blade was amazing, that was all. After all, it was still lacking. However, these two people had the cultivation of a grandmaster, which made him secretly click his tongue. There were actually so many experts in Japan? It seemed that he had underestimated them before. What a good way to say that your skills are inferior. Since that's the case, let me experience your Neo-In style blade technique. Fu Junyi's wrist shook and the long sword in her hand was already slowly unsheathed. It was as if there was an invisible wind blowing past. Her cloud-like hair fluttered freely in the wind, giving off a dignified sense of beauty. Wow, this girl from Korea is really beautiful. Lower your voice. Can't you see that she's very skilled in martial arts? Tisk, she's fighting with the Japanese. How could she care about us? Shui Pan and the others began to comment on the side. They all sighed that although this trip was boring, they really saw one beauty after another. Song Qingshu also nodded secretly. This girl in white's appearance and temperament were indeed outstanding. At this moment, Wanyan Zhongjie secretly poked his waist and said sourly, "Don't tell me that you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress because she's beautiful." Song Qingshu was speechless for a while. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Moreover, with her martial arts, she doesn't need anyone to save her. Judging from her breathing and temperament, this girl from Korea was definitely an expert. Against Yagyu Jubiai, she would definitely be able to protect herself with ease. I've long heard of the fame of Master Bright's Sword of Korea. He and our patriarch are both known as the sword saints of their respective countries. However, seeing is believing. Miss Fu has received the true teachings of Master Bright's Sword, and I've also learned some superficial knowledge of the Neo-In style. It's just the right time for us younger disciples to have a good fight. Yagyu Jubiai didn't dare to be careless. He stood up and tightly grasped the hilt of the blade at his waist. Master Bright's Sword? Also surnamed Fu? Song Qingshu had a strange expression as he stared at the two girls in white. He thought that this world was really chaotic. Even they had come out. Chapter 2134. A group of Xixiao warriors filed in. The leader wore a green robe and had a long beard that reached his chest. His face was dark, and his eyes were wide open and full of expression. However, his legs were crippled, and he held a pair of wrought iron staffs. His aura was faint, and he looked like a living dead. The person who came was the leader of the four villains, Duan Yanqing. He glanced around and roughly understood what had happened. During this time, there were many people from various countries in Xingqing Prefecture, so it was easier for them to cause trouble. Therefore, the people of Class 1 Hall patrolled around the clock. Just now, someone had been killed in the inn, and the escaped guests had already spread the news, so they rushed over. This is a grudge between Dongying and Goryeo. Please don't interfere, Yagyu Jubiai said coldly. Jubiai Yagyu said coldly. Then, he directly rose from the ground and slashed at Fu Junyi on the opposite side. Fu Junyi did not dare to be careless. She unsheathed her long sword and waited for the best time to counterattack. The key to bright swordsmanship was to anticipate the enemy's move. To do all this, one must have good eyesight and careful observation. She was not in a hurry to attack before figuring out the opponent's strength. Seeing that the opponent did not take his words seriously, Duan Yanqing's face flashed with anger. He snorted coldly and attacked with the iron staff in his hand. The timing and speed were just right, and the power of the one sun finger hit Yagyu Jubiai's blade. Ding! With a clear and bright sound, Yagyu Jubiai felt like his hand was about to crack, and he almost dropped the long sword in his hand. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. As expected of the demon that even Jiumaji and Ding Chuanqiu were afraid of. His power and battle experience had reached the point of perfection. It was no wonder that Murong Fu and a few of his family warriors were unable to defeat him. The reason why he had always been looked down upon was largely because he had lost to Qiao Feng. In addition, Qiao Feng had thought that he would need 5 or 6 Duan Yanqings to attack him together before he would run away. However, with Song Qingshu's current cultivation, Qiao Feng could not beat 5 Duan Yanqings. 2 or 3 Duan Yanqings could fight Qiao Feng, and the outcome was still unknown. Yagyu Jubai flew back and glared at Duan Yanqing angrily. Sneak attack from the side is not what a gentleman would do. Duan Yanqing said lightly, "This is Xixia, and we are responsible for the security of the city. You are not allowed to make trouble in private." In his heart, he was clear that he had the upper hand by attacking from the side just now. If he were to fight his opponent face to face, he might not be able to resolve this move so easily. Jubai Yagyu wanted to say something, but the warrior with disheveled hair next to him stopped him. "Today is not a good time." The purple-clothed warrior next to him also said, "There's no need to offend the Western Xia." Seeing that the two of them had spoken, Jubai Yagyu nodded and didn't say anything. Even Yuchai Hidekitsa, who had always been arrogant, didn't have any objections. Song Qingshu was even more curious. Just who were the other two people? How could they have such high prestige? Seeing that the Japanese had settled down, Duan Yanqing started to send people to clean up the mess in the inn. At the same time, he got people to lead the various countries' envoys away from this place. Are we going to let it go just like that? On Goryo's side, Cui sure had a look of resentment on his face. It wasn't a big deal for one of his subordinates to die, but he was the one who was humiliated and slapped in the face just now. If he left just like that, where would he put his face? This is the Western Xia's territory after all. The crown prince still has to look for a bride. Jin Ruoxian secretly tugged at his sleeve and reminded him in a low voice. Fu Junyi glanced at the Japanese and said, "There are still 2 unfathomable experts on the Japanese side. If we really fight, we might be at a disadvantage." At this moment, she had also sensed that the two of them were extraordinary. Electronic Book Workshop, seeing that everyone had said so, no matter how unhappy Cui sure was, he could only leave while cursing. However, Fu Junyi didn't leave immediately. Instead, she walked straight to the Southern Song Group, causing Xuepan and the others to call out in excitement. "May I ask if you are the envoys from the Song country?" Fu Junyi directly looked at the yellow-robed woman and Xue Baochai. Among this group of people, whether it was Wanyan Zhongjia or Galdan, their attire was different from that of the Han people, so it was easy to distinguish them. Among this group of Han people, the yellow-robed woman and Xue Baochai's temperament was especially outstanding. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the leaders. As for Xuepan, who was fawning over them, she directly ignored him. The yellow-robed woman and Xue Baochai looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. "May I know what this young lady wants?" Fu Junyi's pair of beautiful eyes swept over the group. Seeing that there was no one that could surprise her, she could not help but reveal a slightly disappointed expression. However, she still asked, "I would like to ask if the Prince of Qi from your country has come with us?" Not to mention the Southern Song Group, even the group of people from the Jin country were stunned. They never expected that this beautiful woman from Goryo would actually ask about Song Qingshu the moment she opened her mouth. Wanyan Zhongjie secretly pulled on Song Qingshu's sleeve, his small face full of shock. "You even have a lover in the distant Goryo? Could it be that you really can take a woman's chastity from 1,000 miles away, as the rumors say?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have that kind of ability." At the same time, he was also very puzzled. "Do I know this young lady? I don't think I've seen her before, right? I'm not a scumbag like Duan Zhengchun, who doesn't even remember himself after playing with her. Why are you asking about him?" The yellow-robed woman's expression was somewhat unfriendly. After all, this time she had volunteered to come here to avoid that man and to relax. Who knew that she would hear his name the moment she arrived here? A look of hesitation appeared on Fu Junyi's face. After a long time, she finally replied, I have a lot of things to say to him. Faced with the covetous eyes of the Dong-ing people, the knowledgeable people in Goryeo had also sensed it. This time, they had sent a diplomatic mission to Shixia not only to participate in the marriage selection, but also to build a good relationship with the various countries in the Central Plains and seek help in dealing with the Dong-ing people. As for the few forces closest to Goryeo, Wu Sangue couldn't even take care of himself. The relationship between Goryeo and the Manchurian Qing had always been bad. Goryeo had allied with the Song dynasty several times, but the Song dynasty was, after all, too far away. Even if they wanted to help, it was too far away. After thinking about it, only the Golden Snake Battalion in Shandong had the most ability to help Goryeo. After all, Goryeo and Dong-ing were separated by a vast ocean, so the navy must be of utmost importance. The navy of the Golden Snake Battalion was also famous all over the world. It was also convenient to set off from Jiaozhou Bay to Goryeo. In addition, there was also a powerful navy force in Liaodong, which was the Divine Dragon Island. Previously, he had sent people to inquire about it, and it seemed that the people of the Divine Dragon Island now followed Song Qingshu's lead. With all these factors added together, Fu Junyi naturally wanted to discuss with Song Qingshu. When she had just arrived at Xingqing Prefecture, she had inquired about it. This time, the Golden Snake Battalion did not send a representative, so she could only go to the Southern Song dynasty to try her luck. After all, in addition to being the leader of the Golden Snake Battalion, Song Qingshu was also a powerful minister in the Southern Song dynasty. Of course, it was not convenient for her to say the reason in front of so many people. In addition, she was not a Han, and her Chinese was not that fluent, so it caused ambiguity in her words. You have a lot of things to say to him? Looking at Fu Junyi's bashful expression, everyone revealed an expression of understanding. Wanyan Zhongjie lightly bit her pearly white teeth, thinking, Stinky Big Brother still lied to me. Isn't it obvious that the two of them are having an affair? Chapter 2135. While Song Qingshu was daydreaming, the yellow-robed woman replied coldly, He didn't come. If you want to find him, go to Lin and yourself. Fu Junyi looked at her in surprise because she could hear the unfriendliness in her tone. She thought to herself, It's said that Song Qingshu has women everywhere. Could it be that this woman in front of me is also so resentful because she was abandoned by him? But even such an outstanding beauty was abandoned. What kind of heaven-defying beauties did that Song Qingshu have by his side? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be curious about that mysterious man. Thank you. Fu Junyi bowed. Before leaving, she paused and said, I'll visit you again another time. Goryeo had always admired the culture of the Central Plains and had a good impression of the Southern Song diplomatic corps. Watching her white figure leave, Xue Pan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Goryeo women are really beautiful. Yes, her figure is also very good. Her friends echoed and all praised her slender waist and long legs. It's worth the long journey. There are so many beautiful women, and all of them are of the highest quality. A group of people began to discuss the quality of the women they had seen in the past few days. Shut up! The yellow-robed woman couldn't stand their filthy words and glared at them angrily. Only then did the group of rich playboys calm down a little. After a while, the people of the Western Xia's Class 1 hall also came and began to lead the diplomatic groups of various countries to their respective residences. Since there were grudges between the various countries, and there were many people who had come this time, the officials of the Western Xia country had arranged for the diplomatic groups of various countries to stay in different places. It was especially true for some countries that were old enemies of the Western Xia country. They were even further away from each other to prevent any conflicts between them. For example, The diplomatic corps of Jin Kingdom and Southern Song Kingdom were stationed in the north of the city and the south of the city respectively. Hearing that they were so far away, Wanyan Zhongjie immediately became unhappy and asked to stay with the people of Southern Song. At the same time, he said that they had traveled together and were already familiar with each other. Galdan and the people of the residence of dual cultivators also made similar requests, but the officials of Xixia said that they had no choice but to follow the orders of their superiors. Wanyan Zhongjie felt helpless. In addition, Song Qingshu used the secret voice-sending technique to comfort her. So, she could only purse her lips and follow the Xixia officials away. Song Qingshu and the others were taken to the guest house in the southern part of the city. Galdan and the others were taken to another place. When they left, the dual cultivator princess looked back at Song Qingshu reluctantly. Unfortunately, in front of so many people, she couldn't speak her mind. Galdan and the others looked worried. On one hand, they were worried about the threat of the Mongolians. On the other hand, they had worked so hard to get closer to the Jin Kingdom, but now they had to go their separate ways. The only one who was happy was probably the young master of Peerless City, Du Gumming. During this period of time, his fiancée's attitude toward the pretty boy of Southern Song Qingshu made him almost go crazy with jealousy. But the residence of dual cultivators was independent of Peerless City, and the princess had always been cold, so he couldn't be angry with his fiancée. He could only transfer all his resentment to Song Qingshu. Now that he saw his fiancée and the pretty boy separated, how could he not be happy? Song Qingshu left and went to a corner of the inn. He found that Nalin Rongrua and Wu Yunju had already left. He thought that Dongfang Muxue was a bit careless. Although she knew that they were just here to watch, she couldn't just send a young man and a young woman. After all, the diplomatic mission represented the country, and it was not right for them to be bullied by other countries. Song Qingshu thought that he should take care of the two of them when he had the chance. As soon as this idea arose, he couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that Dongfang Muxue also knew that Xixia was his territory? In any case, I won't just stand by and watch, so she can't be bothered to send experts to protect them? Baoyu, they've already left. Are you still reluctant to part with them? Xue Baochai said sourly when she saw him staring at the door in a daze. Song Qingshu turned around and said, "Sister Baoyu, you misunderstood me. I'm thinking about something else." Although she still didn't believe him, Xue Baochai was in a good mood and a smile appeared on her face. "You've been busy all this time. Go take a bath and have a good rest." Song Qingshu thought, she's telling me such an erotic thing. It seems that she really doesn't treat Jia Baoyu as an outsider. After staying in the guest house, Song Qingshu thought about finding an opportunity to go to the palace. He had been separated from Mu Wanqing, Yelu Nanxian, and Li Qinglu for a long time, and there was still a lot of information for them to exchange. Jioha bookstore. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the courtyard. Xue Pan pushed open the door and winked at him. "Baoyu, don't say that I didn't tell you something good. Another beauty has come." Seeing Xue Pan's wretched look, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "You're the eldest son of the Xue family. What kind of beauty haven't you seen in Lin? Is there a need to be so excited? How can those common beauties compare to the ones I've gotten to know recently?" Xue Pan said disapprovingly. "The one who came now is not inferior to the princess and the Goryeo girl from before. She's even nobler." "Oh, what's her identity?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. "The crown princess of Xixia." Seeing him dilly-dallying, Xue Pan couldn't help but be annoyed. "Don't waste my time if you're not going to see her." "I'll go, why not?" Hearing that it was Yelu Nanxian, Song Qingshu immediately stood up. At the same time, he was curious why she had suddenly come here. Xue Pan put his arm around his shoulder. "That's my good brother. To be honest, I feel that you've become a different person. You used to be more proactive than me. Song Qingshu's heart trembled, but he didn't show it on his face. It's not like you don't know that something happened to my family. Naturally, I can't act as recklessly as before. That's true, but you don't have to think too much about it. You should be happy when you come out to have fun. Not to mention, Shui Pan couldn't help but ridicule him. The east is not bright, but the west is bright. Although something happened to your family, I can see that your luck with women is even better than before. This time, all the beauties you've met have thrown themselves at you. It's not that exaggerated. Song Qingshu scolded with a smile. By this time, they had already arrived at the courtyard. Shui Baochai and the yellow-clothed girl were receiving the other party in the main hall. Lu Sherdao and the other young masters were stretching their necks to look inside. I've heard that this crown princess is unparalleled in beauty. Seeing her today, she's indeed a heavenly beauty. That's true. Otherwise, why would a great lord like Li Yuanhao be unable to control himself when he saw her? He even dared to risk universal condemnation and snatched his daughter-in-law to be his wife, causing great chaos in Xixia. The ancients said that Baoyi Endaji is nothing more than this. She's really a beauty that can bring disaster to a country and people. This group of people were the children of high-level officials in southern Song. Naturally, they were more well-informed than ordinary people. They had also heard about what happened in Xixia from their families. Her long legs are so pure and beautiful. If I were Li Yuanhao, I wouldn't be able to control myself either. Do you think Li Yuanhao slept with her? I don't think so. It seems that a rebellion broke out on the day of the wedding. Not necessarily. Maybe the boat has already entered the alley. If something really happened, the Xixia people wouldn't continue to let her appear as the crown princess. That's true. But the successor is the younger brother of the former crown prince. Her identity as the crown princess is a bit awkward. I think the new emperor will not let go of such a beautiful widow. I heard that the Xixia people don't care about etiquette in this regard. Shui Pan and Baoyu, you've come at the right time. You two are experienced. Can you see if this crown princess is still a virgin? Chapter 2136. Just as he was about to say something, Shui Baochai had already come out from inside. She said to the crowd, "Everyone, let's compare our piggies and tidy up our appearances. We will be entering the palace soon. The Empress has summoned us." The Empress is summoning us? The group of people were puzzled. Shui Baochai pulled everyone aside and explained in a low voice, "I don't know what's going on either. But it's not a bad thing. It proves the goodwill of the Western Xia authorities toward our great Song. You're all going to be the Emperor's son-in-law. It'll be more helpful for you to get acquainted with the people in the palace." "Yes, what if we see Princess Yinchuan in the palace? I've heard that Princess Yinchuan is incomparably beautiful and has an unparalleled appearance. But no one has ever seen her. It's hard to say that the Xixia people are just blowing their own trumpet. If they find out that she's a bitch when they marry her, they'll be done for." Not bad, not bad. It's better to inspect the goods first. Shui Baochai wished she could tear their mouths apart. She thought that the crown princess of the Western Xia country was still talking with the yellow-robed woman in the hall. If she heard what they said and heard it, wouldn't the princess have an extremely bad impression of them? Why is the Empress summoning us and not the Emperor? Xixia is really a barbarian land. The womenfolk of the palace show their faces in public all day long. What a scandal! In the southern Song dynasty, Confucianism was very popular. Many young ladies were not even allowed to come down from the attic after they turned a few years old, let alone meet strange men. So when they heard that the Empress summoned them, a group of outsiders, they felt it was a bit unbelievable. Your news is too outdated. Although Emperor Li Liangzhua managed to quell the civil strife during the Western Xia country's rebellion, he was also seriously injured. So, He has been living in seclusion to recuperate. So, the Empress is in charge of the state affairs. I heard that the Empress is also a beautiful girl. She just got married and her husband is bedridden for a long time. Isn't she a widow? Now that he's in power, who knows how many cuckolds he'll make the Emperor wear in the future. Do you think that she summoned us into the palace this time to choose a male escort? Then I have to dress up properly. I have never tasted the taste of an empress in my life, let alone a beautiful girl. Who hit me? Black lines appeared on Song Qingshu's face. He said coldly, "It's not a gentleman's behavior to talk about people behind their backs." Hey, what kind of gentleman are you? Don't think that we don't know what you're up to. You're always thinking about other people's families. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. It seemed like many people in the circle knew about Jia Baoyu's hobby. Shui Baochai also shot a fierce glare at Song Qingshu. Obviously, it was impossible for her to not have heard about it since she was a member of the Imperial City Guards. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stopped them and said, "All of you, shut up. The Crown Princess of Xixia has come out." A beautiful woman walked out. She was dressed in the unique clothing of the Western Xia, and there were many gold and silver ornaments hanging on her clothes. Not only did she not have the slightest sense of incongruity, but it also made her skin look even more white and tender. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Yelu Nanxian was becoming more and more charming. Not only did she retain the innocence of a young girl, but she also occasionally revealed the charm of a young married woman. Her identity as the Crown Princess and the Hua residence made her even more noble. At the same time, she also had a hint of exotic charm. It was no wonder that these southern Prince Song brothers were all drooling. Yelu Nanxian clearly noticed the passionate and lustful gazes of these good-for-nothings. She couldn't help but frown, feeling quite displeased. However, she still patiently looked at the crowd. When she saw Song Qingshu, her eyes suddenly lit up and the corners of her lips curled up into a shallow smile. "Good network. Everyone, please." Yelu Nanxian made an inviting gesture and left with her subordinate. She returned to her carriage and led the way. The Southern Song family did not need Shui Baochai's greeting. They all followed behind her. On the way, Shui Pan and Song Qingshu were in the same carriage. Shui Pan bumped his shoulder and winked. "What do you think of the Crown Princess? I didn't lie to you, did I? She is indeed quite beautiful." Song Qingshu also smiled warmly. "This Crown Princess is too pitiful. I heard that she is the princess of the Western Xia Kingdom. In the end, her father participated in the rebellion. In order to protect the family, she had no choice but to marry the Crown Prince of the Western Xia Kingdom. Halfway through, she was snatched away by Li Yuanhao. In the end, the Western Xia Kingdom was plunged into chaos." Song Qingshu looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Shui Pan to be a soulmate. Yelu Nanxian's fate was indeed a bit too bitter. But why did these words sound so strange coming from Shui Pan's mouth? As expected, Shui Pan's true nature was revealed in the next second. "This pitiful woman is waiting for me to save her from the abyss of suffering. I've decided. I don't want any princess in the Western Xia Kingdom's marriage selection. I will go and comfort this Crown Princess." Song Qingshu was speechless. "Weren't you determined to get the dual cultivation princess? Why did you change your target so quickly?" Shui Pan laughed. "How can you ask such a stupid question? Who said I gave up on the dual cultivation princess? What kind of man are you if you don't love? Get lost." Song Qingshu was not interested in discussing his woman with him. He closed his eyes and began to think about his next move. At this time, in another carriage, Shui Baochai asked the yellow-robed woman, "Big Sister Yang, what is the Western Xia's intention? Could it be that you have some kind of relationship with the Western Xia Empress?" The yellow-robed woman shook her head, also puzzled. "No, I don't know either. Could it be that the Western Xia is planning to ally with our great song and choose one of us as the Emperor's son-in-law? Have they decided to first look at their appearance and character? I don't think so. Xue Baochai shook her head. She had been in the Imperial City Department for many years and had many dealings with the Class 1 Hall. The Western Xia Empire has been at war with our great song ever since it was founded. Although our relationship has eased in recent years, it has never reached the point of an alliance. If they really want to ally with us, they should choose the Jin Empire. The relationship between the Western Xia Empire and the Jin Empire has always been good. Even Liao is fine. After all, he is the crown princess. However, Liao is like a sun setting in the west, so the Western Xia Empire won't bet on them. The yellow-robed woman looked distressed. This is also the thing that puzzles me the most. Apart from Mongolia, the Jin Empire is the most likely choice for the Western Xia Empire. But why did the Jin Empire only send a young princess dressed as a man? Will the Western Xia Empire really dare to choose her as the Emperor's son-in-law? Do they think that the people of other countries are blind? I don't understand either. I keep feeling that there is a big conspiracy behind this. Xue Baochai lifted the curtain and looked at the crown princess's support. We can only take one step at a time. While the two women were worried, the LV brothers in the other carriage looked excited. LV Shirshing said, "Big brother, our chance is here." The Empress of the Western Xia Empire was born in the Qin family. The Qin family left the southern Song dynasty and sought refuge with the Western Xia Empire. We have a natural connection with them. LV Sherdao nodded and said, "Yes, the Qin family was badly purged in the previous turmoil of the Western Xia Empire. Now their power is greatly damaged. The Empress has just come to the court and is in urgent need of external help. This is our chance. God is really helping us." LV Shirshing suddenly said with an ambiguous expression, "What's more perfect is that the Empress is still very young and beautiful, while the Emperor is sick and won't live for long. In the future, she is likely to follow the story of Empress Wu. Can't we take this opportunity to be Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong?" Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were Wu Zetian's male favorite. They were favored by Wu Zetian and could be said to have great power. Chapter 2137. The Southern Song Group had their own thoughts and soon arrived at the Western Xia Imperial Palace. With Yelu Nanxian leading the way, the palace guards let them through and brought them to a side hall. They were told to wait there for a while and that the Empress would summon them when she was done. After settling them down, Yelu Nanxian bid farewell to the group and left. Throughout the whole process, her behavior was flawless. She was noble and elegant, showing off her royal demeanor. Xue Pan, the Lu brothers, and the others couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Even the yellow-robed woman sighed. "I didn't expect there to be such an outstanding person in the wilderness of Western Xia." Xue Baochai nodded in agreement. "She is not inferior to the noble ladies of our dynasty. I have only seen such elegance from the eldest miss of the Shin clan. Unfortunately, the yellow-robed woman's expression became solemn. Has the Shin clan been exterminated yet?" Xue Baochai shook her head. "No, the murderer's method is very clean and efficient. I suspect that there is a big hand behind the scenes that is preventing us from investigating the case. Because every time we find a key clue, they would kill us. So, we haven't found anything useful after so long. Even the Imperial City Department can't find anything. I don't know who has such great power." The yellow-robed woman looked worried. "Miss Shen has a hard life. She used to be the noble crown princess, but now her fate is unknown." Xue Baochai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss Yang, I heard that the imperial family doesn't want Miss Shen to live in this world. She and Shen Bijuan used to be best friends. Naturally, she didn't want to see her friend end up like this. As for when Xue Yiren tried to kill Shen Bijuan in Liao, she didn't participate in it." The yellow-robed woman's expression froze. She wanted to deny it, but as a member of the imperial family, she knew the rules of the game. How could they let a crown princess who had been in the hands of criminals live? I don't care about others, but if I run into them, I will definitely protect Miss Shun. The yellow-robed woman could only say so. Xue Baochai sighed. Of course I don't doubt Sister's intentions. But I can't beat Miss Shun alone. Sister may not be able to protect her. The yellow-robed woman bit her lips and knew that what she said was the truth. After a long time she said, "If my strength alone is not enough, I will call for Song Qingshu's help. People like him will definitely not sit by and watch Miss Shun be killed." Humph, how could that kind of womanizer, dissolute man just watch as an outstanding beauty perishes in front of his eyes? Originally she did not want to mention that person, but she knew clearly in her heart that if there was one person in the southern Song dynasty who could protect the young lady of the Shin family, it would only be him. Xue Baochai's eyes lit up. The Prince of Qi is indeed a good candidate. When I return, I will definitely pay him a visit and beg for his help. Not far away, Song Qingshu heard their conversation and sighed inwardly. Xue Baochai was still young. If she knew that it was Xue Yi's people who wanted to kill Shin Bijuan, would she still insist on protecting others? I'm going to relieve myself. Seeing that it was about time, Song Qingshu said a few words to Xue Pan and left the side chamber. How could he not know why Yelu Nanxian had gathered the people of the southern Song dynasty to the palace? It was clearly to see him. Walking around outside, he passed by a long corridor and saw a beautiful figure standing by the white marble railing, gazing into the distance. Who else could it be but Yelu Nanxian? A cool breeze blew past, and the hem of her skirt fluttered in the wind. Her smooth hair was scattered around her neck, and her beautiful black hair formed a sharp contrast with her snow-white and delicate skin. It had a visual impact that made people's hearts beat faster. Song Qingshu quietly walked over and gently embraced the beautiful woman from behind. Her body was very soft, making people want to hold her and not let go. 163 TXT. Realizing there was someone behind her, Yelu Nanxian was startled. She hurriedly lifted her leg back, and at the same time, she elbowed behind her. Whether it was the strength or the angle, it was very powerful. If it was a normal person, her ribs and leg bones would have been broken. But Song Qingshu wasn't an ordinary person. He lightly placed his hand on her waist, and Yelu Nanxian instantly lost all strength, falling limply into his arms. The crown princess was so elegant and dignified before, why is she so vicious? Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear, and couldn't help but tease. Yelu Nanxian saw his face clearly but didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, she had a faint smile on her face as she said, "Young Master Jia's courage is not small, daring to be rude to me in the imperial palace. Aren't you afraid of losing your life and causing a war between the two countries?" Song Qingshu looked around. There is no one here. Clearly, the crown princess purposely dismissed her subordinates and waited here. At most, it was consensual. How could this be called rude? Yelu Nanxian turned around, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lip. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, but he still enjoyed the beauty's sweet kiss and felt her soft and delicate lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Yelu Nanxian's eyes were misty and her face was red. "Brother Song, I've missed you so much." Song Qingshu returned to his normal voice. "You can even recognize me like this?" In order to ensure that the news wouldn't be leaked, he only told them that he would be coming with the Southern Song envoys. He didn't say that he would be coming as Jia Baoyu. Yelu Nanxian's eyes twinkled as she gently caressed his cheek, feeling the familiar texture of the mask. She pursed her lips and smiled. "How could I not recognize my own man? In fact, when I came to your guest house today, I recognized you at first glance." Song Qingshu was shocked. Could it be that my disguise has deteriorated? Wouldn't I be recognized by other acquaintances? It's not the same, other people didn't. Yelu Nansien clenched her teeth and smiled foolishly. She refused to say how she recognized him, only saying that it was a kind of intuition. It's a little unreliable. What if I mistook you for someone else? Song Qingshu said discontentedly. Yelu Nansien spat. Other than you, who else would be so bold as to be so rude to me in the Western Xia Imperial Palace, not to mention just now, who else could subdue me in an instant? Song Qingshu laughed. If it were other great grandmasters, it wouldn't be difficult for them to subdue you in an instant. Bah, they are all highly respected people. Do you think they are as shameless as you? Yelu Nanxian's eyes were watery, although she was reprimanding him. Her eyes were full of joy. The two cuddled for a while. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "Why did you summon the Southern Song envoys to the palace? Now that there are so many envoys in the city, it's too conspicuous." "I just want to see you sooner." Yelu Nansien acted coquettishly, her voice coquettish and seductive, coupled with her radiant beauty. Song Qingshu's index finger was aroused. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her heavily. Yelu Nansien let out a soft moan. She obediently fell into his arms as if she was boneless. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.